Ladies and gentlemen, buenos días. Disculpen si continúo en inglés. If you need a translation, there are some equipments over there, so you can use it if you need some translation. Welcome to Las Palmas, the Gran Canaria, for this joint workshop of the Adriatic Corridor, the European Maritime Space, on 10T islands and Europe outermost regions. My name is Alexio Picco. I'm the Managing Director of the Circle Group and also the leading consultant for the European Coordinator for the European Maritime Space. I'm really honored to be a little bit of a master ceremony today and to open these gatherings of government officers, EU coordinators, port and industry leaders, all united by a really shared commitment to advancing transport sustainability and connectivity for Europe's most remote regions. Over the day, we are going to have and to see, explore innovative policies, resilient infrastructure, clean energy innovation and initiatives, and we can see how they can really strengthen the maritime networks and the local communities either, ensuring that even the most distant shores can benefit from greener and more efficient links with the rest of Europe. Today we have different sessions. We have 5. We have somehow the institutional session now with a number of speakers. Then we have the welcome from the 3 coordinators, Carlo Secchi from the Atlantic Corridor, Gesine Meissner, the European Maritime Space, and José Antonio Ruiz for the Spanish side of the Atlantic Corridor. And then we have 2 sessions this morning, one where we are talking about port as energy hubs, and the second one about sustainable shipping. And after lunch, the third will deal with a very, very key topic either today, nowadays, that is resilience infrastructure, and climate change adaptation. So in order not to lose time and without any further delay, I would open the opening speeches, asking to come to the podium to Mrs. Beatriz Calzada, that's the president of Las Palmas Gran Canaria Port. Please, Beatriz holds a law degree from University of Las Palmas in Gran Canaria. Her career began as councillor of Gran Canaria overseeing yacht affairs. In 2015, she was appointed CIO of Gasplan, a public company focused on territorial environmental planning. By 2019, she served as a deputy in the Parliament of Canary Islands, acting as spokesperson in education and territorial planning. And since June 23, she has been leading the Port Authority here, aiming to enhance the really strategic role as for also either for intercontinental trade of your beautiful island and port. Mrs. Calzada, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Buenos días. Good morning, everyone. Welcome.
Sorry, Maria, you are substituting.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
No, no problem. Okay, we are really grateful and we are happy to welcome you in our incredible port. Bueno, para nosotros,
For us, it's a big pleasure today to have you all here, to be able to participate in this event today, the possibility to talk about the outermost regions today. It's a big opportunity. Today and tomorrow, we are going to be able to talk about the problems of the outermost regions, the challenges that we face, and also to find solutions together. This is key for us, for the outermost regions as well. Today, we're going to have the opportunity to listen, to think, to analyze different situations, such as how we are affected as outermost regions in Europe. And tomorrow we will have the opportunity, also along with the Autoridad Portuaria de Santa Cruz, to show our reality and to tell you about our problems and how we will tackle them. We would like to thank you, Mrs. Meissner, Professor Secchi. It's a great pleasure. Thank you very much for being here today. Of course, the Ministry, the Government of Spain, the European Commission, and of course the Atlantic Corridor for deciding that the Canaries the port of Las Palmas was the key place to celebrate this event. Thank you very much to everybody. I hope we all learned today. I hope this is what we came for, to learn. And also for everybody from the outside, don't miss the opportunity to enjoy the city as well, to enjoy our island. And sorry, but of course, to enjoy of this marvelous port of Las Palmas. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Calzada. Again, if you need some translation, we have over there. So we move to the central government in a way, the Puerto del Estado. I invite Mr. Gustavo Santana to join me here. That's the new president of Puerto del Estado, the national agency overseeing the coordination of the Spanish port. Very recently appointed in April. Gustavo Santana brings exhaustive experience in infrastructure, transport, and the maritime sector. And prior to this position, he served as general director of the merchant marine and the government, where he was instrumental in shaping Spain's maritime policies. So, please, Mr. Santana, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. Let me that I speak in Spanish in my first speech as president of Puertos del Estado, ¿no? Para mí es un auténtico placer estar hoy aquí, más en que mi primer acto como presidente.
It's a great pleasure to be here today as president of Ports of Spain and in my country. The ports for the islanders are very important. They are key for connectivity between the known and the unknown. It's the connectivity between the sea and the land, and it has suffered a lot of changes. Passenger traffic has increased a lot, and we acknowledge that. So today, in this workshop, we are going to talk about the Atlantic Corridor, a topic very important. This is an infrastructure, a key infrastructure to connect the transport in Europe, in the European Union. And inside of this corridor, which is part of the TEN-T, which is connecting us with the rest of Europe, we have the ports. The ports where a logistic development is taken and where we foster the competitivity. We have to say that the ports that we have in the corridor are key for this corridor to strengthen the paper of the European maritime space, also for sustainability, also for the cargo shipping. Today, we are in Port of Las Palmas, and with along his brother, the Port of Tenerife. They have the conditions that we already mentioned, and also a geostrategical position, which is very key. It's already been told the importance of having these islands in the Atlantic corridor. This was 5 years ago, and we are trying to give the relevance that they deserve to these ports. They do transshipping, they do repairs. They also do bunkering, etc. A lot of these activities make that the incorporation of this port to the corridor give an importance to all these activities that sometimes we don't even imagine that they take place in the ports. Ports of Spain, we have a lot of challenges ahead. digitalization, which is also very important. We have to take into account all those aspects. And from Ports of Spain, for us as Ports of Spain, this is a challenge. We need to be more efficient, more competitive, and to give more value to the society. At this point, and talking about a little bit later about something very important, which is decarbonization. In Ports of Spain in 2022, we set a framework where sustainability was very important. Also in the ministry, in the maritime side, we also have this strategy where we talk about the connection of the vessels and the green corridors. And this is aligned with politics from the ministry, where we need to find a global regulation to foster the decarbonization of shipping. From that point of view, last week, I was at the International Maritime Organization, at the committee, where for the first time, we set the regulation for the decarbonization and the emissions. I think it's a very ambitious treatment. We need to keep on going this pathway, and we will talk about this as well in the next committee in October. And 16 months later, this will be a reality. This is our pathway. This is the steps we want to follow. And this is all in our framework, of course. There is as well the foster of the decarbonization, in just a few years, in 2030, which is right next to the corner. But the question is, how are we going to get there? With the rails, with the introduction of the rails, which is also key. But we are on islands today, so we need to foster the OPS, onshore power system. This will be a requirement in all of the ports in the islands from here to 2030. Likewise, we need to foster as well alternative fuels, which is very important as well for our future. And this, along with the collaboration between the public and the private companies. On the other side, I want to address as well the European maritime space. Europe is strengthening this space, is working on the ports, is working on its logistics with different actions. We are addressing as well the short sea shipping. Here, it is not called that way because it is the transport that we have here in the Canaries. So we already have the short sea shipping. We are islands. This that I'm talking about, the European maritime space, I need to say that Ports of Spain is supporting this, of course. Spain is key for this. We are the first country in the European Union in container handling. We have Algeciras port, Las Palmas port, Valencia port, etc. And we have the first connectivity in the European Union in container ship. We can see all that in the numbers of our GPD. 2.2% is what ports give to this GPD. And 1.4 of all the jobs are given by ports. So we need to keep on supporting this sector. And also they are very high quality jobs. Having said that, and to finish, we need to keep on growing and to keep on being competitive. We need to collaborate between all the organizations together, logistics companies, all the ecosystem. We need to collaborate together and work together, linking sustainability, developing logistics, and thinking about our future, ensuring that they have national and European, that they have this decarbonization and this sustainability. Talking about the islands, of course, this is a challenge for us. We cannot be set aside. So this workshop is not going to be the end. And with this workshop, we will have the opportunity to tell you about the outermost regions. Lastly,
to Professor Carlo and Gesine, and to be here, to be in the Canary Island, because it's a clear demonstration of the importance that the European institutions have to the mobility and to the mobility in the outermost region. Thank you so much. Muchas gracias.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Santana. We have a sort of a back and forth from Madrid to Canary Islands, so I would leave the floor to María Fernández. She is the General Director of Transport and Public Works for the government of the Canary Islands. Please, María, the floor is yours.
Bueno, pues lo primero es...
Well, first of all, I would like to welcome you all, colleagues from the Atlantic Corridor, of course, Professor. Thank you very much for choosing the Canary Islands for the first time ever to celebrate this event. This is very important for us. We have welcomed today as well for the first time to Gustavo Santana, the president now of Ports of Spain. This is not just a commercial thing for us. Connectivity is vital for us. This is a gateway for us. Foods, everything comes through the ports. And it's a challenge for us. We are almost more than 1 million people here. So we are very thankful to the Commission, the attendees, because this event taking place here is very important for us. We need to talk about these challenges here. Europe has always treated us right. We need to adapt the politics that they have. So I wish you all a very happy workshop. And don't forget that today we are here and your visions, the way that you got here, the way that the infrastructure was made for this event to take place. Don't forget that this needs to be included in the challenges that we have ahead in the shipping, in sustainability, in innovation, in all the challenges that we have. Without sustainability, there is no development. So we need to keep on working in this. We all here know that ports are key here for the Canary Islands. Professor Carlos, you know, you were here many years ago. You're the starter of the network, of the 10T network. You made this possible. You made that the Canary Islands were inside the 10T network. There are no ports without trains. And this is a future token that we will need to have in the future because the Canary Islands development depends vitally on its connections through airports and through ports, through air and through ground. We can't forget that we are outermost region. So we need to face our challenges. Don't think that we are less competitive because of that. This is going to be the center of the sustainability of innovation, and the situation that we are outermost region doesn't have to affect that. We are going to be the center of sustainability and innovation. I only have to thank you all again, and please come back whenever you want, and we will only talk about ports, airports, and hopefully also trains. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Mrs. Fernández. We closed the first session, the opening institutional speeches, with a video from Benito Nuñez, Secretary General of Air and Maritime Transport at the Ministry of Transport and Sustainability in Spain. So we should have a video.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to first of all thank the organizer from the Ministry for Transport and Sustainable Mobility, the Port Authority of Las Palmas, Puertos del Estado, and of course the regional government from the Canary Island for organizing this event. My gratitude will also go to both the Atlantic Corridor and the European Maritime Space teams, with a special emphasis for the coordinators, Professor Secchi and Ms. Meissner. This event comes at a very timely moment. Last week, the Marine Environmental Protection Committee from the International Maritime Organization reached an agreement on the binding targets to reduce GHG emissions that paves the path to the decarbonization of shipping industry. While the agreed GHG intensity reduction targets, penalties, and non-compliance, together with a credit trading scheme, are all of them in the right way, there is still a lot to be done. If we want to foster the large-scale deployment of alternative fuels and the supply infrastructure that is needed. And this is one of the reasons for this event to be so timely. Energy autonomy for the EU and the geographical area with no fossil fuel resources necessarily goes through the deployment of alternative fuels. For the case of outermost island regions like the Canary Island, where no other oceans are available, the only way to allow the maritime industry to continue as a driver for the connectivity and economic growth in Canarias is through the deployment of the infrastructure needed for both the production and supply of alternative fuels. This deployment will require time, will also require funding for investment, but will also require planning and the perception of a clear commitment of the political compromise to cope with the many problems we will face. In this sense, having together all of the institutions involved, the Ministry for Transport and Sustainable Mobility, Puertos del Estado, Las Palmas Port Authority, and the regional government of the Canary Island is really a great opportunity to align views and plans with the forthcoming requirements of the decarbonization. For a region such as Canarias, which so much relies and profits from the sea, the green transition is an opportunity not only for improving the environment protection and conservation in which it largely depends, but to boost the economic growth of the archipelago through the development of alternative fuels production and supply. Our aim should be to establish a hub for alternative fuels in the Canary Islands. We have a unique opportunity ahead on this joint event in which the visions from both the European maritime space and the Atlantic corridor are confronted and can cast light on the way to take advantage of this opportunity. With this in mind, I would like to wish a very fruitful workshop to all the attendants, and thank you all for your attendance. Thank you very much.
Okay, we close the first session, and it's time now for our three coordinators. So I would invite Professor Carlo Secchi, the European coordinator for the Atlantic corridor, to join me here. Professor Carlo Secchi has been serving as European coordinator for the Atlantic corridor since 2014, so more than 10 years, with his mandate renewed in September 24. In this role, he oversees the development of multimodal transport infrastructure connecting the Iberian Peninsula with Central and Northern Europe, emphasizing cross-border rail links, port connectivity, and sustainable transport solutions. Professor Secchi's extensive experience includes service as a rector of Bocconi University in Milan, chairing expert group on TEN-T financing and contributing, of course, to the revision of TEN-T, and launching, very important in terms of funding, the Connecting Euro facility in 2013. Professor Secchi, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Alexio. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very, very happy to be here today in Gran Canaria at the start of these 2 days of debate, discussions, confronting experiences, and also learning from the ground what is going on, what is the potential, what are the recent developments. And I'm very happy because it was already underlined by many of the previous speakers. The Canary Islands are an integral part of the Atlantic corridor. It is a rather unique case in the TEN-T system. As a matter of fact, it was not like that at the very beginning with the first TEN-T and the first CEF regulation in 2013, more or less. But then it was possible after some debates, confrontation, looking deeper into the topic, to realize that indeed it was not only a good idea to have the Canary Island as integral part of the Atlantic corridor, but that would also prove useful for other similar experiences around Europe and around the world. And as a matter of fact, what we are going to do today, to discuss, to talk about, falls within this. Of course, give a close look at some of the more crucial problems confronting the Canary Island system. Some have been already quite well underlined, but also try to understand how other experiences can be of use and how the experience, the plans, what is being developed here can be of use for other similar peripheral or outermost situations, and as we say in our jargon. So thank you very much for coming here. This, as I said, is the first event in such a faraway place compared to the central geographical center of the European Union. This comes some 4 years after the Canary Islands officially were included with a revision of the CEF regulation into the Atlantic corridor. We have been willing to do this event much earlier, but then we have not been very lucky with the COVID and other problems coming up. But at last, here we are, and very happy to be here, and very glad to all of you for taking part to this event. And obviously, I want to be, first of all, to express my deep gratitude to the Port Authority of Las Palmas, to the government of the Canary Islands for their kind invitation to host us in this event. And I warmly thank all the previous speakers for their kind, welcoming words. Everyone's effort and commitment to the success of this workshop is truly appreciated. I initiated this workshop together with my colleague Gesine Meissner because we are living in troubled years and many things are at stake. We have had to step up resilience in recent years to protect our connectivity. I mentioned already COVID, but also we went through other terrible, and we're still going through other terrible events like the unprovoked and unjustified invasion of Ukraine by Russia, and other problems are propping up in these last weeks. Not to talk about climate hazards and other unexpected developments, at least placing our memory back only a few years, 5, 6 years or so. And consequently, to join forces between the European maritime space stakeholders, which cover the whole of Europe, of the European Union, in the common interest of maritime activities, shorter sea shipping, how to better develop ports, etc., and how to improve connections. It was considered a good idea to join forces together with the Atlantic corridor stakeholders, which have a very strong maritime component, but not only that. So there are very, very good complementarities. And consequently, I trust that the discussion of today will prove beneficial from all the points of view you wanted to look at it. We will be talking about better resilience, better interoperable, more multimodal, more seamless TEN-T system. We will be talking about how to reduce our dependence on fossil fuels and imported energy. We will be discussing also how geopolitics affects industrial activity, commercial activity, and consequently the supply chains, and consequently what kind of new challenges are coming up for maritime activities and for ports in particular. And as I said at the beginning, and I conclude, continental islands and outermost islands have many experiences which, being rather extreme or rather special cases, can provide good ideas to think about and to develop in order to continuously be innovative in our constant effort since many years, going back to Essen and even to the Treaty of Rome, to develop a very good, very well-working infrastructure system from all points of view you want to look at it, from the point of view of all the different modes at the service of Europe, of European unity, of its citizens, companies, business interests, and also for our role in the rest of the world. Thank you very much again for hosting us. Thank you very much again for being here. And I'm sure this will be a very fruitful discussion and confrontation of ideas. Thank you.
Thanks, Professor Secchi. It's now the time for the European coordinator for the European maritime space. And Mrs. Meissner was appointed under the revised TEN-T regulation in September 24. Her role involves enhancing integration of maritime transport into the broader EU transport network, focusing on decarbonization, sustainable port development, and for sure promotion of short sea shipping. And Mrs. Meissner served as member of European Parliament for 10 years, 2009-2019. And during her tenure, she chaired the European Parliament Intergroup on Seas, River, Islands and Coastal Areas, SEARICA, well-known SEARICA, and was involved in shaping policy related to transport, fisheries and environmental sustainability. She is definitely an expert. Mrs. Meissner, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Alexiou, for your kind words. Okay, yeah, dear Beatriz Calzada, there she is. Dear Gustavo, dear María Fernández, who else? Dear Professor Carlo Secchi, dear Jose Antonio, dear participants here and everywhere abroad and even online. Some people are online, and that's very important because we want to have a big community discussing all the issues of the maritime sector of the future. First of all, I would like to thank, of course, the Port Authority of Las Palmas and the government of the Canary Islands to have us here and to host this event. And I like to thank all the previous speakers for what they rightly said was our problem we have to discuss right here. I try to be short because actually we have a lot to discuss later on, but a few words in Spanish. First of all, because it's un gran placer para mí estar por aquí.
It is a great honor for me to be here in Gran Canaria. It is not my first time here. I lived in Tenerife for 1 year, so that's why I feel like home being here. And
part of my biography, my very colorful biography, is that I started with tourism and hotel business, and I did this in Puerto de la Cruz. Actually, that's why Canary Islands is quite close to my heart, actually. But now we are not going to discuss hotel business or tourism, although it's a very important part for Spain, tourism. And tourism depends on connectivity by ships mainly, especially for islands. You know that we want to discuss the future of the maritime sector regarding decarbonization and alternative fuel, where nobody knows exactly hen and egg, what comes first, the infrastructure or the alternative fuel of the best choice. And besides, of course, we have to always financial gap by, if we look to the infrastructure that has to be developed, and that in difficult times with difficult economic times if we look to the United States, and difficult geopolitical times if you look to Ukraine and Russia, was already mentioned before. It's very important to include all the people, all the stakeholders, the ports, and everybody who is running the maritime sector in order to find the good solution for the future and to really find the exact individual right solution for the port, because all the ports are different, you know that, and we have, of course, to look for different solutions. And especially for outermost regions, for islands, it's very important. That's what I know. It was mentioned that I chaired an interparliamentary group in the European Parliament on, as well, islands, seas, rivers, coastal areas, and islands. And I know that the connectivity for islands is a challenge. Besides, several other issues are not there that the mainland has to offer. And so it's very important to stick together, to stay together, to find solutions, to find best practices that can be exchanged, and really to not to forget about the outermost region. That is something we are always endangered. If you are in Brussels, you look everywhere, but maybe not to Canary Islands or even further on to other outermost regions. So I'm very much looking forward to all the topics we are going to discuss. I'm trustful because I'm an optimistic person that we will find good solutions if we work together. And I can promise you that regarding the European maritime space, I will do my very best to support you and your wishes. I cannot bring the money directly to you. That's not what I can do, but I can try to help you forward. And it's very important for me to know what you feel, what should be the best solution for your ports and for the Canary Islands and other outermost regions. So thank you very much. I'm looking forward for the discussion.
Thanks a lot, Mrs. Meissner. And we end up with the Spanish Commissioner for the Atlantic Corridor, José Antonio Sebastian Ruiz, that serves the Spanish government, Commissioner for the Atlantic Corridor. That is a key component, of course, of the TEN-T network. In his capacity, he coordinates the national effort to develop and enhance transport infrastructure along the corridor, which includes approximately 5,300 kilometers of railways, 9 ports, 5 airports, and numerous logistic terminals. Under his mandate, Spain has invested already 6.1 billion on the Atlantic corridor since 2018. and his work ensures in a way that the corridor supports economic growth and regional connectivity across the autonomous communities, 13 autonomous communities in Spain. José Antonio, the floor is yours.
Pues muchas gracias a todos.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you. Also, be very brief, because even though in the Canary Islands it is 1 hour earlier than in the mainland Spain, we need to be on time with the agenda. So I want to thank the authorities of the government of Canarias, of the Canary Islands, also the authorities of the port for organizing this event. And as Alessio said before, if you need, we have translation devices at the back of the room. And just very briefly, three things. Alex explained before, it is important to have the Atlantic corridor in Spain within the European Union, and this means 50% of the European Atlantic corridor. And as we normally say, we are very important for this project, and not only for the railway, but also we need to look into the other components. These are ports, airports, roads, urban nodes, and also maritime routes, because in Spain we also have this, for example, with Seville. We also have a maritime route. We have a connection with Seville. So these we need to analyze within the geopolitical context that we have right now. And the ports used to be important in the past, but today, with the big war of tariffs, and the big war of supply that we have worldwide, and the war against decarbonisation, Fit for 55, and ETS, and there is so many concerns out there, so many issues there where we need support. So we are in the right place at the right moment to deal with all this. And I believe that today in the different panels that we have arranged for today, together with the visits tomorrow, we should gain a vision, a joint vision on where we are, where we're going, and where we want to be with all these procedures, with all this situation and with this process. So thank you so much for being here with us in Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. And we will continue having more events like this in other different spots. So thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. Quite well in time. We start for the first panel, that is Ports as Energy Hubs, Advancing Energy Autonomy for Islands and Outermost Region. Before inviting again the speakers to join us and José Antonio to moderate, we have a first presentation to open up the topic, and we invited Kostas Komninos, General Manager of Dafni Networks, that is going to talk about how another region in Europe with, let's say, an issue of insularity, Greece, is dealing with this energy autonomy and the issue of ports becoming energy hubs in small islands. So we should have connected Kostas. Kostas, can you hear me? The floor is yours. Good morning. Good morning, Kostas.
Good morning. Good morning, Alexio. Can you hear me all well there?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Great to join this excellent event and the opportunity to bridge, let's say, time zones and islands. It's been some time that I haven't been to the Canary Islands, more than a year ago, but it's very happy to see you there and yeah, listen to this excellent intervention as keynote interventions from your participants. So yeah, as you said, definitely the discussion regarding energy and ports and the transition of ports into green ports, smart ports, energy hubs has been a very popular, let's say, topic the last years. And when this comes together with islands energy transition, I would say that this can create an ideal, let's say, combination. So I would like to share a short presentation with you, if I may. Just let me know if everything looks fine there. Okay, can you confirm whether you can see my presentation in full presentation mode?
Still not in presentation mode, Kostas.
Okay. I think we're very close, and now it should be there.
Now it's fine. Thanks.
Okay, you're welcome. So yeah, for those that are not familiar, Dafni is an association of local and regional authorities only from islands in Greece, more than 50 islands across the whole Aegean and Ionian area. And well, we work in a broad, let's say, spectrum of activities, but like ports and being integrated, let's say, territories of different infrastructure, we're also working with buildings, water, waste, clean energy, etc. When it comes to islands and energy transition and the relation with the energy port, Europe has demonstrated its strong support the last years, well, more than a couple of decades now, supporting European interventions in the energy transition of islands, and most recently with the Clean Energy for EU Islands, which demonstrates the clear commitment of the European Union and the Commission to support the islands' energy transition. So why islands? And an example of the Greek islands, which are very similar in many occasions with the outermost regions and the Canary Islands that you are now hosting the events. When we have non-connected island systems, very often we end up with high energy consumption, energy production, cost for electricity. Here you can see the variety, the broadness, let's say, of Greek islands and the cost for electricity production. You can see it going up to hundreds of euros per megawatt hour in different sizes of islands. So islands are very different in terms of size, population, and distance from the mainland, and very often they end up with high energy cost and with different variations in terms of energy demand. This very often, especially in the non-connected island systems like the ones we're talking today, they end up with variation in instability in terms of voltage and then frequency, and we need always to create this balance between generation and demand. So we need to coordinate very well with our production and green energy production units, our storage, and also the different demand sources. Very often, maybe not so intensively in areas like the Canary Islands, but if we move to the north or to the south, we have a high seasonality in terms of energy demand. Here you can see a typical curve of energy demand in one of the Greek islands, where during summertime we have sharp increase of the energy demand, creating strong challenges in terms of matching this seasonal energy demand in the islands. So islands, they face population seasonality, limited human resources, high dependency on fossil fuel and sensitivity and unique ecosystems. But all of them, they lead into a requirement for tailor-made approach when it comes to the energy transition of islands, that you can actually match the rural character with the overall economic development of the islands, based very often on tourism, but also on combination with industrial activities. As we say, all islands, of course, they're islands, but all islands, they're also very different among them. So what Europe has demonstrated when it comes to clean energy transition of European islands recently, the Commission has demonstrated their strong interest to demonstrate the transition of 30 islands to fully renewable energy islands through establishing and promoting the Secretariat of the Clean Energy for EU Islands and providing technical assistance for these islands. Here you can see the geographical distribution of those islands across most of the member states in Europe that they're working towards this target. The assistance provided is along different activities, feasibility studies, and financing and identifying financing opportunities, but also regulatory studies. And I would like to present you very briefly here a study has been recently developed by the Secretariat for the Clean Energy for EU Islands, and actually studying in more depth the connection policies and management of energy systems in non-connected islands, where several islands from the outermost regions have been included in this study, taking into consideration that for EU, most of the non-connected islands, they are the outermost region islands, but also some islands in Italy and Greece. So what we see is different challenges that are related with power interruptions and outages, high curtailment of existing renewables, limited resources for implementation of new solutions, lack of smart systems and controllability of distributed renewables, complex and fragmented permitting and connection policies. Several recommendations on the technological and system integration front, but also on market and regulatory frameworks, creating ecosystems of innovation that are required to be activated in the islands to allow the decarbonization and energy transition of the islands, like smart grids, storage facilities, coupling different sectors like heating, cooling, but also with water waste management, hybrid power systems that the islands are ideal to be tested. So, island ports as clean energy transition enablers, because the island's energy transition is definitely an issue that requires innovation, requires to bring all infrastructure together to manage to have the integrated solutions that we require. So when we talk about ports as energy hubs, this is a very popular, let's say, diagram from SINTEF, where it demonstrates the different demand and delivery, let's say, but also different demand from the different boat consumers that you can actually either go into shore-side charging facilities using renewable production of the islands, but also on alternative fuels, liquefied natural gas, provide also different types of vehicles, hydrogen production and electrifying electrolyzers. So integrated energy systems within the energy hubs. However, when we go into the islands, these solutions can be translated into different alternatives that ports of different islands, either in the outermost regions or even in the Mediterranean and smaller scale islands, can actually deliver different solutions. So island ports can very often seen as integrated energy system facilities interacting with a city. This is very, very important, especially for smaller scale ports, that they are very closely attached to the city infrastructure. So we have a co-generation, let's say, or co-development of the infrastructure, both for the city and the island. Island ports as positive energy districts and areas. Island ports as smart grid and polygrid facilities, as demonstrated in the previous diagram. Island ports as sustainable mobility hubs, interacting again very often with the city facilities. Island ports as innovative renewable energy sources technology test areas. We have seen these kind of solutions also in the outermost regions, the Canary Islands, with marine energy production systems. Island ports very often as interconnection points for offshore marine energy. This is very typical currently in Greece and the Greek islands, with new interconnections with DC and AC high voltage connections of the islands, bringing also on the island production of offshore wind currently production in the marine area. Island ports also as an energy storage facilities and also as crucial gateways for clean fuel, as we have seen also this importance in the corridors under the 10T islands. A few examples that we try to work in this direction, especially in the smaller islands where the scale is different. We try to work in different islands with different innovation projects. I will focus on a very few of them in the next 1 or 2 minutes, finalizing this presentation. So here you can see a study that foresees the electrification of short distance boats connecting Paros and Antiparos Island, with a provision of installation of PV systems on Antiparos to actually supply the vehicles, the boats, but also foreseeing the full electrification of the EV fleet on the island. So this is something that has been financed by the Nesoi Islands facility. It is currently under development in collaboration between the municipality of Antiparos and the Paros Antiparos Ferry Cooperative to go into the hybridization of the 2 of the 4 existing ferries operating the Paros Antiparos Ferry connection. And another project we're currently working on is a concept of smart, clean and green marinas in islands, where we're actually looking into an integrated approach of smart lighting, waste collection, water, electricity pillars, small-scale desalination at local scale, using locally installed PV systems, e-bikes and EV charging stations, and establishing a smart microgrid for the energy management of the marinas. We have started to implement such a solution under the framework of the Kihno Smart Island project in the Lutra Marina, which you can see here. And we are working also in collaboration with the DSO to actually establish an interconnected microgrid of the marina with a PV station of a small scale 10 kilowatt and hybrid battery systems of 80 kilowatt and 240 kilowatt hours, supplying 14 pillars for the electrification of the boats, EV charging stations of one AC 11 kilowatt EV charging station, a desalination unit of a system of 200 cubic meters per day production with 55 kilowatt peak demand, providing electricity to a municipal building at the marina area, public lighting, and also the possibility of installing an e-boat charger and 75 kilowatt DC charger. We are currently finalizing installation of the EV charging stations, the street lighting, and the berth pillars, and we're working into the realization of the rest of the systems. So, closing this presentation, well, definitely, ports as energy hubs in the islands that demonstrate a lot of possibilities, especially when it comes to innovation and interaction with the city infrastructure. However, they are multidimensional projects. They require the collaboration of different competent bodies. It is very often hard to guarantee revenues, and this requires also the support with subsidies under the different financing programs. There can be different safety issues or regulatory challenges that are still not in place in terms of licensing, and they require good access to funding. Well, and several lessons learned through the process of working in these projects, which you can see here, but I would like to take more of your time now, but give the floor to the panel discussion. I'm sure that we're going to have very interesting presentations, and thank you for your time. Please, if you require any additional information, don't hesitate to reach out, and keep on creating island collaboration opportunities, especially bring together the outermost regions with mainland European islands. We share similar challenges and similar possibilities. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Kostas. It was very interesting. One point that when for many years, we started to think about ports as energy hubs. Of course, we have in mind a little bit, maybe bigger ports, that are in totally different position. When we talk about islands, of course, it's totally different because the energy dimension of the port is strictly related to the energy dimension of the island. And that is a totally different stuff. But it's very interesting understanding how this has been approached, and it will be even more interesting to understand from the first panel how this could be further, promoted. So I invite the moderator again, José Antonio Sebastian Ruiz, to join me here together with the speakers, Guglielmo Migliori, Joana Ferreira Rita, Liam Lacey, Paula Cabajo, and Fernando Monasterio. Please join the podium, and José, the floor is yours for moderating the first session. Thanks.
Okay. Please.
Thank you.
What's up, Pablo? Crazy, why not? Because it's part of Atlanta.
Good morning. Buenos días de nuevo. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, Kostas, for the entrance conference. At this moment, I introduce the first time Guglielmo Migliori, CPM Air Transport and Energy Policy, that explain in a few minutes your. The floor is yours. Okay.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you for having me here. It's a pleasure for me to visit the Canary Islands for the first time. My name is Guglielmo Migliori, and I work for the Conference of Peripheral Maritime Regions, which is a regional association that gathers over 150 regional administrations across Europe and beyond. And today I would like to focus a little bit on what are our reflections and past work on ports, islands, energy autonomy. We are in. I prepared a PowerPoint presentation.
Yes.
I don't know if you can see.
Can you meet the PPT, please?
Yeah. Can you please move to the next slide? Next slide, please.
No, you have the.
Okay. Thank you very much.
It's more comfortable for you.
Yes. Thank you very much. We are in a decisive decade for the energy transition amidst a climate crisis and growing geopolitical instabilities. This has profound impacts for peripheral maritime regions and in particular for island and outermost territories. As a matter of fact, these territories are usually increasingly exposed to energy market volatility, logistical bottlenecks, and supply chain disruption risks. At the same time, they are also endowed with a rich renewable potential and innovation potentials. In general, these regions usually face a set of interlinked challenges, spanning from grid constraints and isolation to limited access to funding due to the perception of risks in committing to long-term planning due to these structural factors and territorial specificities, but also they suffer from a lack of stability in market and regulatory signals. So there is a problem with regulatory predictability, there is variable administrative capacity, and also uneven innovation uptake across different regions. So these are not technical but systemic problems, and they require for urgent policy adaptation. This also leads me to speak about what is the importance of ports for peripheral maritime regions, which at the CPMR we see as strategic catalysts, not only for the energy transition and the energy autonomy of islands, but also for their regional developments. In this case, we see that, as my colleagues before already said, ports are not just connectivity points between land and sea, but they also connect different sectors. They can integrate industry, energy production, and management and transport. Also, they are fundamental for maritime transport decarbonization strategies, and thanks to their relation with the public administrations, it is also a strategic asset to steer further regional development strategies. So in the past years, we adopted ports as energy hubs and islands energy autonomy as one of our overarching themes for our energy working group. So we dedicated several seminars in several of our member regions, and we also conducted some campaigns, for example, with the European Seaports Organization. And I would like just to focus on some of the projects that we followed most closely in the past years. So we are engaged on the Crete Valley project, which aims to create innovation labs and energy communities in the island of Crete to steer innovation and create innovative solutions for islands' energy autonomy. We were part of the Atlantic Smart Ports Blue Acceleration Network, which was aimed at transforming ports into blue economy hubs. And also we were committed through our Islands Commission to the Twin Solar and Maisha projects in the La Réunion and Mayotte Islands in France. And in this case, we tried to support together with the project consortium some innovative solution to be deployed in island settings. We also took part in the revision process of the TEN-T, where we collected amendments, proposals from our regions. Just to conclude, because I think that my time is running short, we just have some very brief policy recommendations and considerations on what just being said. We believe that projects alone are important, but they are not enough, and they should be complemented by policy adaptation. EU policy must be in the place to enable more and more islands' energy autonomy, and in particular, European policy should recognize ports and island ports more in EU strategies. We hope to see also a prioritization of investment in clean energy infrastructure in islands in the coming years. And of course, we remind that commitment to inclusive and multi-level governance is a must to make sure that regions and outermost territories are not left behind in the energy transition. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Guillermo. You speak about a lot of your time of your presentation of islands transport. I have an initial question for you. Looking ahead, which policy measures of or EU level initiatives could be most accelerate in the terminal of energy autonomy, lower emissions, What do you think about it? Because your experience in Iceland is very, very expensive.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. So we believe that there are several developments in the energy and transport policy at European level in this moment. So for sure, we look at with a great interest at the European port strategy, where we hope to see recognition of the duality of ports, not only as a transport and logistic gateways, but also as energy hubs, indeed. Yeah. The same we would like to see in the European Maritime Industrial Strategy, and we are particularly interested to see how the Clean Industrial Deal will conjugate with this.
Okay. Okay. Later we have a lot of more questions for you, and at this time we continue with Joanna Rita, Azores Energy Regional Directorate and Clean Energy for European Union Islands. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. I would like to thank you for the invitation to participate. And I will present the Clean Energy for EU Islands technical assistant in our region. So we apply, and we were selected we apply to the call 30 renewable islands by 2030. The general objective of this call was to provide technical support for removing barriers and supplying missing elements to achieve 100% renewable energy sources on the islands. This was the general objective of this call, but the specific project that we present was to assess the impact of operating electric ferries on the islands of Faial, Pico, and São Jorge. So the Azores is an archipelago consisting of 9 islands. It's also an outermost region, like the Canary Islands. And Faial, Pico, and São Jorge are the ones that are closer to each other. So the distance are short, so it's the only place in the Azores where it's feasible right now to electrify the e-ferries because of the distance. But also we have another challenge because in these 3 islands we don't have a lot of integration of renewables to produce electricity. It's about 10%. So it's like a double challenge. This project, this Clean Energy for EU Islands Assistance, will help us to try to identify innovative solutions that promote the energy transition in the Azores with a focus on integrating renewable production through the e-ferry charging. Because we believe that the challenge can also be transformed into an opportunity. So the consortium, we are the coordinated, the Azorian Regional Director for Energy. We also have ADA, our electricity company. The Chamber of Commerce of the island of São Jorge has a civil society. The academic, we have our University of the Azores. We have 2 public companies that are involved in this consortium, the Portos dos Açores, which is responsible for all the ports in our islands, and also Atlantic Line, which is responsible for the ferries. And also the Regional Director for Mobility. So we divided the tasks into activities. We have to look at the charging infrastructure at the ports, which also can be challenging. We have to assess the energy demand of the electric ferries in the ports of Horta, that is in Faial Island, and Velas in São Jorge. Although we have 3 islands, only on 2 islands will be the charging. And analyzing the alternative charging infrastructure options that the market presents. But also we have to look at the green energy supply, verification of the need to expand renewable generation in the 3 islands, and the feasibility studies to new renewable power plants. We already have private investors that are interested in to expand our PV power plants and also wind farms. We believed in 2027 we already have 35% of integration of renewables on these 2 islands. So to to the needs, to the energy needs. It will be possible to accommodate the needs of the consumption of these ferries with that new power plants that we will have. But just to give you the demand needs of these electric ferries, it represents 11% of the consumption of these islands. So it's significant. On the other hand, we have to look, this is from an energy perspective, but now we have to look at the power perspective. So this will be a challenge when we have to charge a daytime between ferry trips, because they are not very, we don't have much time to charge the ferry, and then because the routes are short between them. So it will demand high power demand peaks, and also it's a challenge with the existing infrastructure. So in order to not to do a lot of investments on the grid side, because we have grid constraints without an isolated island, isolated microsystem of energy, there's no interconnection between the islands. One solution that was presented by the Clean Energy for EU Islands was to install stationary batteries, storage systems in the ports itself. So this will allow us not to have so many investments in the grid, and also to, like I was saying, challenge can be an opportunity. So this is an opportunity to integrate even most renewables. So we expect the curtailment to be reduced in 3 to 4%. So it's an opportunity. This is one of the results that the study presents. The study is mitigating the impacts of a ferry electrification in the distribution grids of Fayal and São Jorge. And we are now evaluating the study because there are several options of the sizing of the batteries, and of course the part of the investments, the costs, is also something that we have to study. Thank you for your attention. If you have any doubts, I'm here to try to enlighten you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Joanna. In the second roundtable with Ms. Meissner, there are similar projects like you, with Balearia, with Fred Olsen, and then we can exchange. Maybe Azores is very nearest to Canary Island, okay? It's to the most singular, okay, in the Atlantic. What do you think about these clean energies in your island? Also, this one, but more, because you development is smart projects, okay, like pilot projects, but it's very singular for you.
Yes. I think Clean Energy for EU Islands gives us an opportunity to align our specificities with the goals that the European Union has for the energy transition. So we are part of the European Union, so we have to try to meet those goals, but we are so specific that we need, it's even more challenging for us, so it's important to be aligned, but with taking into consideration our specific needs. To that in mind, the Clean Energy for EU Islands help us develop our planning document. We have the Azorean Energy Strategy to the 2030 horizon that was presented in the Clean Energy for EU Islands forum. From the technological perspective, we believe that the hybrid solutions are ideal for our islands, so we have to combine wind farms, PV, solar plants, and also with the battery storage systems. We have a good example in Graciosa Island. The project is a private project. It's called the Graciolica. It allows the island to have about 63% of renewables to produce electricity. And it also combines advanced storage systems with a photovoltaic and a wind farm. So it was very interesting, and right now we are trying to replicate it to other islands.
To the other islands.
But it's another challenge.
Small projects, but big projects at last.
Yes, because to try to replicate in other islands has a lot of costs. So that's a challenge. Yes.
Thank you, Joanna.
Thank you.
We continue in the next. This time is Liam Lacey, Director, Irish Maritime Development Office. Thank you for being here. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Jose. It's a great pleasure to be here. I want to thank you for the invitation, and I want to thank the Port of Las Palmas for your kind hospitality. I'm going to give you an Irish perspective on ports as energy hubs. Irish people don't regard Ireland as an outermost region. We see Ireland as the center of Europe, and all you are the outermost regions. But I think that's just an Irish thing. Irish ports want to be part of Europe's energy transition. That's really important. And I think ports generally want to be part of this major project because it offers opportunities, it offers revenue opportunities for ports, and it's the future for ports in many ways. It improves the resilience of ports because it introduces new revenue streams, and that's really important. The facilitation of the transition to alternative fuels in the shipping industry can happen as part of what goes on in a port. Ports have to respond, and the responses from ports can come in many ways. Making the ports themselves greener is a key ambition for our ports. They're trying through the electrification of machinery to reduce carbon emissions, and in the support that they will offer the shipping industry in providing onshore power supply and so on. So the ports are keenly aware of what they can do and willing to do it. And another contribution that our ports can make is to bring regional ports into the equation to a greater extent. Heretofore, the development of ports in Europe took place around trade flows and tourism. Now it's energy. So that gives opportunities to regional ports that exist in the vicinity of where energy is generated to play a more important role. Collaboration is key. Ports must collaborate with industry, government, and academia, the triple helix, particularly in the creation of green shipping corridors. And green shipping corridors are so important because they represent the mechanism by which we can get the work done. This is the implementation stage, and bringing key stakeholders together in a green shipping corridor is so important. And also, ports can make a contribution by driving efficiency through digital solutions. Sometimes this is seen as a little bit more nebulous, but it's real that improving efficiency in our ports through using digital solutions can make ports more efficient and can reduce carbon emissions. The map on the right-hand side just represents a response from Irish ports. When we asked ports in Ireland, do you want to be involved in offshore renewable energy? These ports do. Ports will be involved in different ways. Some ports will be deployment ports for wind turbines, where the heavy machinery is moved through. Some ports will act as operations and maintenance hubs. So ports will have different roles and will have different requirements, but there is significant interest from the port. The key omission there is the Port of Dublin, I suppose, and it's not really an omission. Dublin Port is approaching full capacity. It doesn't have the space to generate more land and infrastructure for offshore wind turbine deployment, but it can be involved in moving some of the ancillary equipment through the port. We're doing a lot in Ireland to prepare for what's happening in the environment generally. There's a review of national ports policy in Ireland at the moment, which will probably result in a reassessment of the role of ports as energy hubs. It's important to realize that ports are busy places. You know, they're busy with trade, they're busy with tourism. Irish ports right now have reached a key point in their development where it just so happens that ports need to implement some of the phases in their implementation plans in order to provide the capacity that's needed for future trade and in order to protect economic growth. And ports are busy also responding to the needs and challenges of Fit for 55 in terms of OPS and reducing carbon emissions, as I mentioned. What we're doing in Ireland to assist is we're participating in key European projects, and we're carrying out some research domestically as well. These European projects are incredible, important vehicles for moving this agenda along. Smart Deck looks at smart decarbonisation by looking at the technologies that are available. And we're participating with ports in the Atlantic Sea and member states in the Atlantic Sea Basin in that project. Marlin is a broader project that looks at creating networks and looks at actually moving on to the implementation stage. Marlin could be a key mechanism for introducing more green shipping corridors. And of course, there's the Atlantic strategy that recognizes that ports have a role as hubs for business, and that business includes energy, obviously. Domestically, we are working hard at filling gaps in our information so that the policy advice that goes forward to government is complete. We're working on alternative fuels research, maritime socio-economic research, and we have a green shipping corridor project at an embryonic stage between Dublin and Holyhead in the north of Wales, from which we will learn key lessons and apply them to other routes. The challenges that ports face in becoming energy hubs: ports have their day job. They need to continue as gateways for trade and tourism, and they need to add on this energy part. We can't compromise the efficiency of our ports as gateways for trade and tourism because of the demands of the energy sector. These things have to move forward in a complementary way. Future demand is uncertain. There are question marks over the extent to which OPS will be used, the form it will take, the technologies involved. And the same is true in relation to alternative fuels, floating wind energy, in terms of its timing. When is it going to arrive? What will the technologies be? Changing technologies generally in the sector, and the geopolitical instability that everybody is aware of, and I won't labor that point. Port investment is challenging for lots of reasons, mainly because we're financing very long-term assets, and there's a disparity between that and the period over which repayments are made. That's where mechanisms like CEF come in so much, and they're so important. In the picture there is the Port of Ringaskiddy in Cork, which has benefited from CEF funding and is on its way to becoming an energy port in Ireland, and would probably be the first Irish port into the game to deploy wind turbines. I mentioned the changing role of regional ports. There's an opportunity for regional ports. And what can be done to help? Europe's energy needs won't be met by any individual member state. We have to collaborate. The nature of maritime transport is it's interstate, so we have to come together in order to produce the necessary research, look at the requirements for capacity building and de-risk investments. Support mechanisms have to recognize the changes that need to take place in our ports and the unprecedented scale of the investment that's required for offshore renewable energy. This is different to the sort of incremental investment that ports have made in the past in staying on top of growing demand, something that was relatively predictable. This is an entirely new industry that we're trying to get off the ground. And of course, ports have a key role, but the investment is difficult. Mechanisms that are weighted in favor of trade will have to be reassessed, because there has to be a recognition that the demands of energy are different. And I just want to make a final point about a fair transition for the shipping industry with alternative fuels. We are still building ships that burn fossil fuels, and they have a 20-year lifespan. Yes, they can convert and so on, but a significant part of the maritime fleet uses fossil fuels, and we have to wean ourselves off that. It will be a progressive transition, hopefully fair, and done in a way that doesn't do any damage to the very important shipping industry that serves the economies of Europe. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Liam, for your complete presentation. You received the European Maritime Space in May in Cork. If I just, you are the next floor of this event, okay? Maybe you can explain us that you have a public policy, PPP policy in Ireland, because we need to know how you develop all of these singular projects.
Yeah, so public-private partnerships have existed in Ireland. We've used that mechanism mainly for the development of roads, not so much for the development of ports. We are conducting a study at the moment with the European Investment Bank to look at the viability of port development and the different mechanisms that can be made available to develop our ports. I mentioned earlier on, the problem is this long-term investment and the relatively short period over which repayments have to be made. So longer-term finance would definitely help, and mechanisms like public-private partnerships can help. In Irish ports, and I'm sure it's the same on the continent, and I know it is, that the ports build in collaboration with industry. We need to bring industry in to crystallize the demand for capacity in our ports,
right,
and to have them, in a way, underwrite the investments that our port companies are making. Our port companies are so important to the European economy that we can't take chances about the future viability of our ports. We have to proceed in a very secure way. So public-private partnerships and other secure longer-term mechanisms have a role.
Okay, Liam, thanks. Also, we are for the last intervention of this panel. Also, we have the hostess that microphone. If you have any question when we finish this first presentation of everyone and the initial question, if you have any question, please, the floor is yours also. Carlos Castro, electronics engineer, the floor is yours at this moment. Excuse me, I send.
Well, and first of all, I would like to apologize for my CEO and the president of Ports of Madeira. She couldn't be here. She had a government appointment in Funchal. So you're left with me. I'm Carlos Castro. I'm an electrical engineer of the Ports of Madeira. And maybe I can give you a more technical presentation of what our problems are, mainly moving forward with our main focus, that is the decarbonization of the port. This data is from 2022, but we've superseded these numbers in the large scale in 2023, and we are getting the numbers for 2024. And as you can see, tourism is booming. And for a very small port that we have, the cruise ship ports, we can do 3 ships at the same time, not too much. We have also a ferry that does the inter-island for the smaller island that is Porto Santo. And we have another terminal that is for our cargo. And all 3 ports, we are seeing the continuous demand of more and more cargo, more and more passengers, bigger ships. And thus, it is trying to put up with the demand, and seeing the perspective of the future is being a bit difficult. So we had European funding, which we mainly did a very specific study on the decarbonization of our port, and with trying to put the OPS system working. Like my colleagues have said here, especially from the Azores, we're an island, so we only have one electrical company, and the electrical company has to provide power for all of this. So in this study, we did a study together with the electrical company, and trying to see what was the capability of installing the OPS system, that's the shoreside electricity, and seeing also the decarbonization of our fleet. Or an example, the tugboats, the pilot ships, and seeing the problems that we could have mainly with these two systems. Trying to, obviously, we know the Green Deal agreement, so we're trying to get Fit for 55. And the objective is the decarbonization of the 3 ports. As you can see in this slide, in 2024, our main provider of electricity is the thermal, or the fossil fuel. We have quite a good capacity of water-based power, We also have some wind capacity and so on, and power generated by the PV systems. This is all without the OPS. By 2030 to 35, we think we're going to, together with our main company, electrical company, we are trying to obviously reduce the fossil fuel that we use, because to me the OPS makes sense when you try to do it with the renewable energy and not increase the fossil fuel and elsewhere to do this procedure. This has been quite a challenge because if you consider Madeira, 3 ships is about, if we try to connect them to the OPS system, 3 ships is about 33% of the grid power. So one of the great things of the study, it was a big study, funded, like I said, but we got some good data, because one of the biggest surprises for us doing this joint venture is the quantity of renewable energy that is being lost during the day. Because during the day, the people are at work, they don't have their ACs on, and they don't use renewable energy. So most of the energy that is produced is discarded by the grid. So we found out that the OPS will be a motive for the efficiency of the renewable energy that is located in our grid. Another project, this is one of the biggest projects we did lately in Madeira. And another project that I can give to you is this shift to DC. It's another approach to energy. That is the transition to the DC supply instead of the AC supply. The AC supply is fantastic for transport, but it's not efficient. So we're the only port that is being part of this project, the shift to DC. Then there will be a port demonstrator in Funchal. And for us, or for Madeira, and especially for the port, one of the things that we're going to have here is a digital model of the port, or a digital twin, if you will, of the port. That digital twin is a fantastic tool when you try to model what the consumptions of the port will be in the future perspectives of the port. Mainly, that was the 2 projects, the 2 big projects that we're involved in. Both of them have great challenges to overcome, and also we have to have different solutions for the upcoming times, because we don't know what tomorrow is. But if we don't have such a dependency on fossil fuels, tomorrow will be a better future for us.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Carlos. Maybe Madeira, Azores, Canarias are the similar, the similar problems. Also, because they are tied on tourism. Do you think that it's necessary energy storage, microgrid systems in the islands, or something like that to have in all the year the same powerful, like you tell us before?
Yes. There is always a fine line between sustainability and getting more green energy. There is also some PPPs with to establish more solar power in Madeira. We have space constrictions in relation to the wind power. and the involvement of the community has always to be considered, because when you're trying to sell a product that is a tourism-based product, you must have still maintained the appeal, and you must also make happy the people that live there, because you can't have one without the other. The local community is very important, because when you go to Madeira, one of the great things that everybody says, it's the hospitality of the people, and the hospitality of the people doesn't work if they're unhappy. So that's two things that I believe that go together, and that's the way the future has to be with those premises in cause.
Okay. Before to continue with my questions, or maybe your questions, at this moment we have 73 participants that are at this moment in our private YouTube channel, because we are in streaming with these participants in Outermost regions, and also them can write your questions in the channel and translate to me, and I can answer to the participants. Okay. At this moment, any question in the room? No. At this moment, please, more questions. I start. I have a lot of them. Guillermo, where do you see the most impactful intersection of maritime transport and local energy production, in your opinion?
Well, I believe that indeed, in the topic of energy hubs, we can see that ports are not just logistical gateway, they are also key assets and infrastructure for connectivity and territorial accessibility. And by adding this layer that deals with hosting and managing and integrating renewable energy sources, I think that is the big angle from which we can see this. And in particular, I think that we could look at this from the specific islands lenses. So for example, small islands represent ideal settings for testing innovative solutions from grids. I heard several projects and examples here. I mentioned a couple of them as well. You mentioned microgrids and renewable microgrids before. That is one of the key deliverables that was part of our projects. So for innovation, definitely islands and outermost territories are ideal test beds. Yeah. Also, I think that for islands with limited land availability, adopting these approaches the intersection between maritime transport and energy is ideal, and it makes sense not only spatially but also economically and socially.
Oh, economically and socially is the most important of these things. Joanna, given the Azores remote setting, how do you manage the interplay between alternative fuels like hydrogen and on Iceland renewable power generation, particularly green limitation, or seasonal energy sources? What do you think?
Yes, the Azores insular geography, like I said before, presents both challenges and opportunities. So grid limitations and the intermittency of the renewable sources, they need innovative solutions in order to balance the supply and the demand. Our strategy focused on maximizing the local renewable generation while exploring the role of disruptive technologies. So in our point of view, the hydrogen, it's not a competitor to renewables, but it's an enabler, okay? Although hydrogen-related solutions are not yet been tested in the Azores, we are actively searching for funding and innovative projects to do so, because we think it's going to be important for us, especially for sectors that are hard to electrify, or for storage surplus of the energy during peak production periods, because that happens right now. That is something that I didn't mention, but I think is interesting. In the Azores, we have geothermal energy in the two main islands that are the biggest and most populated islands. There are San Miguel and Terceira Island. And the geothermal, it's a guarantee energy 24 hours a day, every day.
Every day.
But when we don't have consumption, like at night, we don't have enough consumption. And it happens right now that we have to shut down a wind farm at night because we don't have consumption. So yes, we have BESS, but the battery storage system, they don't have enough dimension to do all that storage. So I think hydrogen for storing purposes will be interesting to explore.
Okay, yes, very good. Lian, comparative Ireland is the most land mass, the big one, like we can see in your presentation. How do you collaborate with the energy sector to meet the decarbonization targets, like projects, ports, shippings in Ireland?
I think that the way Ireland is approaching the development of alternative energy is sensible. That we have ambitions for offshore renewable energy of up to 37 gigawatts by 2050. That's significantly in excess of Ireland's domestic demand. So it gives us an opportunity to use the surplus in a number of different ways, potentially through some changes in industrial policy. So can Ireland become a location for industries that have high energy demand, like data centers, for example? I was at an interesting conference last week in Copenhagen, the Wind Energy Conference, where two of the biggest users of energy in Europe, and talking about the steel and the chemical industry, were talking about their demands for the future, and they're very significant. So providing energy for existing industries in Europe is a challenge. And then we have these emerging industries like data centers coming along. And I think Ireland could have a role there, you know, from an industrial point of view, if we can generate the surplus energy. There is no doubt that off the west coast of Ireland, the wind energy is superior. It's very strong off the west coast of Ireland, and that presents its own challenges from a technical point of view in terms of, you know, the construction of the platforms on which these wind turbines will sit and so on. But if we're capable of harnessing that energy, we have the opportunity either to develop industrially in a way that can assist Europe, or we have the opportunity of converting that wind energy into hydrogen and other green fuels in a way that can feed into a European energy demand as well.
Okay, thank you. Carlos, your turn. How do you think about the expanding local energy production, also with the tourism that is playing in the first sentences? Have there been any tension of trade-offs or
like I said in the first time, with the development of the new energy sources, the PV, especially the PV systems.
Maybe you are thinking about hydrogen, for example, methanol, another one?
Yes, like my colleague from Azores said, we were discussing with the going forward with the OPS system. We're going to have a lot of surplus of energy at night, especially at night. Not from the PV systems, but from the wind power and the water dams. We are also, they have implemented battery systems in Porto Santo, and also in Madeira they have two big battery systems that are essentially designed to do the transition between the renewable energy and the grid. And in the future scenarios, it will be used for the peak shaving because of the OPS demand. But the discussion has gone to a point that what we do with the excess energy, and also we have started to think about the production of hydrogen, that it could be used, and it makes sense to use it for the production of hydrogen. And then also started to think about where to store the energy. And like we are saying here, the ports are one of the best locations because of the demands of energy that are the ports or any big demands like the industry part. We also did some studies in there have been some studies in the south part of the island. That's one of the best locations for the wind farms, but the population is very small. So in an island, you have to put into these factors all into account. And when you go to the southern part of the island, that is the tourism that lives directly to the tourism, you have to also take into consideration the communities, because most of them don't want a great PV farm or something like that that doesn't look good in their perspective. In my perspective as an engineer, I would say just build it, because that would be a solution. But the solution has to take in consideration also the population. So if it has to everybody has to be happy. So the solution has to be with everybody as a whole.
Okay, thanks, Carlos. It's your time. You have Ms. Meissner. Perdona. Yes.
So.
Do you have the microphone?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Well, I know the more you talk about different kinds of energy, the more difficult it will be, for sure. But that's why I like the mentioning of hydrogen, for example. And I'm very fond of as well marine energy. Liam or Ryan? I never know. Liam or Liam? Liam. You mentioned marine energy, and marine energy could be a lot of different things, like wave energy, for example. Islands are surrounded by waves and by water. So what do you think is a perspective for wave energy, for example, for islands as energy source? It's not fossil, of course, that's why it's good. And for example, biomass coming from algae or whatever, marine biomass is another issue. I know it's not that far developed, but it could be a possibility as well. So what do you think for the future?
Yeah, we have Madeira, Azores Island, Canaria Island. It's the floor to start, Carlos? Or
I can start. The wave energy for us has been the discussion also. The offshore power has been a problem for Madeira, because we have the seashore. It gets very deep very quickly. So the foundations for these systems have to be very well thinked, and they have to be very well deployed, not just to make the wind farm, but after we have to consider the maintenance and all those kind of parts. For biofuels, we've considered one of our studies was with our fleet to consider the trade-off to hybrid fuels. We've also considered there was a pilot project in Porto Santo from marine algae to production of fuel. So we're trying to see the different perspectives or the different things that we can do. Obviously, being an island, we have. Sometimes I choose to say, if we can do it in a remote island, we can do it anywhere. So I believe that the Canary Islands is the same, and the Azores is the same. If we can, we have so many constraints to doing sometimes little things. That if you can do it there, you can do it anywhere. So we have to start somewhere. So we're trying the studies. We're trying to see our other experiences from our other islands, and then we go forward.
Before the next question, Joanna, Lian, do you have any of them?
Yes. We have an experience with wave energy in the past. We started in the 90s, and it was dismantled a few years back because the location that was chosen was in Pico Island, but the sea was very rough our sea is very rough. And it was not feasible on that location. But recently, I have a meeting with another company that is interested in testing another technology. So it might be interesting, but right now they are studying the best location to be protected from the roughness of the seas. Offshore energies, like my colleagues said, we have the same problem. Sea is very rough, and the depth of the sea is very, so it's difficult.
Also, Lian?
Very quickly, I think it would be wrong to be prescriptive right now, that we should keep our minds open to the different opportunities that are there. Tidal and wave energy give us an opportunity to deal with the intermittent nature of wind energy, and in combination they could work.
Guillermo?
Yes. Yes. No, I actually have a take on wind energy. On wave energy. It is interesting in this regards also to keep looking and monitoring at the list of strategic net zero technologies, and ensure that these technologies can be effectively included, so there is a streamlined permitting and facilitated procedures to integrate them into port operations.
We have the last question. The last question there.
Yes. Hi, my name is Airam Diaz. I'm Deputy Director of Tenerife Port Authority. We are facing right now many challenges on the cruise industry, for example, in which our islands, we need to provide OPS to one industry that they demand a lot of energy. Our system in the Tenerife Islands, in our province, is independent. We have not been investing a lot. We are very similar like Azores and Madeira, which we feel in the same way. Ireland, of course, is an island, but for us, it's like a continent. It's huge. But we are facing, I think, all of us the same issue. So the maritime industry, they are demanding that we provide onshore power for the cruise activity, for the cruise industry, for the cargo vessels, and we do not arrive to that demand. There is any activity, program, initiative that you see in the near future that could afford the demand of energy? Because hydrogen is very good, interesting, but for ferry connections between islands. But for the transoceanic cargo vessels, CMA, CGM, they are investing in onshore power. We've been providing LNG to AIDA vessels from Carnival Corporation, bringing the LNG from Spain mainland. So are you facing any initiative to try to solve this issue that we are facing as an ultra-peripheric region of the European Union? Thank you.
Yes, I think that's the literally $1 million question. Yes, the funding, I think it's the major problem. Because we don't have European funding for the grid infrastructure, because it's like an obligation to have the grid infrastructure, so it's not funded by the European Union. But it costs a lot in the grid infrastructure to do that kind of investments, okay? And costs all of us, like in Portugal, I think Spain is the same. We have a regulatory entity, so the price of the tariffs of electricity is regulated. And we cannot present some of that costs to the regulatory entity because they say, oh, there's a lot of costs. And sometimes it's difficult to understand because we are isolated. We have to have the security of supply. So our grid infrastructure have to have quality and be secure, safe, but it takes costs to do that. So I don't have knowledge of European funding to not even to the grid infrastructure or to the port investments that are needed to be done. Maybe some pilot projects like for self-consumption energy in the ports, like waves or another kind of energy that is easier to ports to have access to, or maybe PV solar plants in the ports too, but for self-consumption purposes. But I think that's the biggest challenge that we have all of outermost regions. And also Ireland, I believe it's not as big as a challenge, but also a challenge because ports are, there's a lot of demands and Fit or 55, and it's difficult to accommodate all of that challenge.
I wish I had better news for you. And having described Ireland as a continent, I really want to give you good news. But it's difficult. The problem is that the electricity demand of a cruise ferry calling at an island port is disproportionate to the electricity network that you have, and it costs a lot of money to solve that problem. And the question is whether or not that investment can be recovered. The principle that normally applies in our ports is that the users pay. So users pay for port infrastructure. In this instance, the user would be asked to pay an astronomical amount of money to put grid infrastructure in place and, for example, the sort of infrastructure that you need for OPS connections. If all that became the burden of too few cruise vessels calling at your port, then they're not going to call anymore. So it would kill business.
Okay, it's time to finish. Thank you, Liam, Ireland, Joanna, Azores, Guillermo, CPRM, Carlos, Port of Madeira. Thank you very much for this first, Alexio.
It's our pleasure. Just to add time for coffee break. So we have a little bit than half an hour, less than half an hour. So come back at 12 sharp. So enjoy the coffee break. And first, very, 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 very good session. Thanks a lot to all of you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, let's start the second session now. The first one was really I have to speak a little bit slower. This was the requirement, and I need to practice to speak a little bit slower. Okay. The first session was very good for me. Was great because really thinking about the ports as energy hub, but from an island perspective, is very important. And totally different from what we are used in the continent, in the mainland, where of course ports are part of a different environment. So great to even introduce a little bit the second one that will be more on sustainable shipping and best practices in decarbonizing shipping. But before going to the second panel, we have a presentation from SINEA. SINEA is the European Agency for Innovation and also taking care of the Connecting Euro Facility projects. And in this case, we have a policy officer, Stefano Campagnolo, that is giving a presentation about alternative fuel infrastructure facility. So is one of the tools for funding. We have been discussing about funding before, and this is one of the tools that is available and still available, one of the few in the current CEF. We have two cut-off dates still, but Stefano probably will be much more precise than me. Stefano, are you? I know that you are already there. So
yes, I am.
Ciao, Stefano, and I leave the floor to you.
Ciao, and good afternoon to everybody. My name is Stefano Campagnolo, and as it was said, I am the technical advisor in SINEA for the Atlantic corridors, as well as I work in the team in charge of the alternative fuel facility. I would like to be with you for this interesting event in Gran Canaria, but unfortunately I couldn't. So my objective is to outline the alternative fuel infrastructure facility, which, as it was said, is one of the last, or if not the last, funding opportunities on CEF2 program in the current multi-annual financial framework, as well as focusing on what would be more interesting for islands and outermost region. So, first of all, what is the objective quickly of the alternative fuel infrastructure facility is to support the implementation of the alternative fuel infrastructure regulation and the contribution to the achievement of the EU climate objective, as well as the towards climate neutrality by 2050. It is based on a blending mechanism. What does it mean? It means that it combines the grants from the CEF transport program, as well as support from financial institutions to increase the impact of the grant, enabling additional investments, mobilizing more funds. And then what is the expected impact? Indeed, is to increase the network of public accessible electric recharging and hydrogen refilling stations. It focuses on the key European transport corridors established under the new TEN-T regulation. And the corridor, of course, includes the Atlantic and the European maritime space. It covers also the outermost regions. In this slide, you can see what it has been done so far, because the current AFIF is the legacy, called AFIF 2, is the legacy of AFIF 1. The investment facility has been there in place since 4 years, so from 2021, and the first phase is with 5 cutoff closed in 2023. You can see here what are the main results. They are still expected. Why? Because only the first projects are closing, and being a live instrument, being a live environment project, there are always changement or adjustments or cancellation. So 1.3 billion of EU grants was awarded as is being implemented in 131 projects on electricity and hydrogen. You can see in particular what is interesting is 310 hydrogen refilling stations with 32 electrolyzers foreseen, and 63 airports electrified, electrification of air-ground operations, as well as 5 maritime ports on which AFIF is supporting the deployment of an onshore power supply. Going to the blending concept, it entails the cooperation with financial institutions. So on the left-hand side, you can see the amount of funds established in white from the call. So there is in total 1,780 million for the general call and 2020 for the cohesion call, so for the countries eligible in the cohesion call, such as Portugal. The figures in the orange shows you what is left from the first cutoff, so roughly a little bit more than half of the budget, 580 million in total, was 450 in the general call and 130 in the cohesion call. These figures are indicative, as still we are preparing the first grant agreements, and so there may be always adjustment, but it gives you an idea on the magnitude of what it is available. On the right-hand side, you can see what does it mean, the cooperation which financial institution and the blending concept. So first, the financial institutions are EU organizations authorized to provide and financial services within the EU. In particular, there are two categories here. There are the implementing partners, which includes national promotional bank and international financial institutions, such as, for instance, the Instituto de Crédito Oficial or the European Investment Bank. This institution collaborates with the European Commission and supports the financing and implementation of CEF projects, carrying out a risk-based appraisal or supporting project promoter in structuring and closing the financing, or ensuring that the project meets certain criteria. For those banks, the call foresees 2/3 of the whole CEF funding. So going back to the amount left, there will be 298 millions for implementing partner and 85 millions for the cohesion. The non-implementing partners are all other financial institutions, so typical banks that have available for this in the general call 194 million and 43 million in the cohesion. In terms of priorities, what does AFIF supports? You have electricity and recharging infrastructure based on unit contribution, so on performance grants, and the EU pays on the basis of the implemented funding, then the implemented units. Then you have electricity and hydrogen and ammonia and methanol infrastructure supported through co-funding rates. The last two are the most interesting opportunities for Iceland and Outermost region. In this slide, I quickly mention the unit contributions because they, for completeness, they are located either on the TEN-T network up to 3 kilometers driving distance, TEN-T road network, or on urban nodes and safe and secure parking. You can see they cover both light-duty vehicles and heavy-duty vehicles, and the novelty is that now it covers also a new type of infrastructure. This is founded with on a cost basis, or on the actual incorrect cost, and it covers the megawatt based on the MCS standard, as well as a combination of charging point for heavy-duty vehicles for 150 and 350 kilowatt. On the next slide, you can see what it is most interesting for Outermost region and islands. So first, there are on the left, you have the hydrogen refilling station for light duty and HUT vehicles. Both they can supply 350 and 700 bars for station in open access, with a minimum capacity of 1 ton per day, and they have to be located within 10 kilometers driving distance. Then we support also air-ground operations in terms of electrification of airport operation, providing air supply preconditioned to aircraft, as well as the equipment for airport operation, the related grid connections, and as well as if there is bus deposit, the opportunity charges or the charges for the buses that circulate within the airport. This is the same also for hydrogen, so it can be based on electricity or hydrogen. And then there is also the supply of hydrogen for railways in particular locations. So what it is eligible is the support, is the hydrogen refueling station for railways. It has to be in non-electrified network sections that enjoys a derogation from the European Commission, or on isolated network, as well as located on the terminals for shunting locomotives. On inland and maritime ports, AFIF supports both electricity on hydrogen. On the electricity is eligible onshore power supplies and the recharging station for port services, including also battery charging system and the related grid connection. On the hydrogen, there are the hydrogen refilling station for ship, as well as for shore operations. Vessels and port equipment are eligible, provided that there is a demonstration that a minimum quantity, a captive fleet, is necessary, is proved by the business case, as well as the electricity generation or the hydrogen production facility as synergetic element in all the 20 ports, and as well as in the inland ports, so inland and maritime. Finally, in terms of what can be eligible, there are also ammonia and refueling facilities, ammonia and methanol refueling facilities, bunkering facilities for ships, for inland and maritime. Here there are some limits, because there are a limit on bunkering vessels for 10,000 cubic meters and maximum 10 million euro of grant. What cannot be financed are pipeline for the production to bring the molecule from the production center to the refilling station, or onshore-based shore-based storage. And vessels and port equipment are eligible, provided that against there is the business case and only the costs, the difference of costs within the between the conventional fuel and ammonia or methanol. Also, synergetic element, quickly, which is the production of energy or hydrogen, can be financed up to 20% of the total project cost. It can be on-site also electricity storage or hydrogen production from renewable energy sources, including electrolyzers. Here you have just a summary of what it is the support rate. So for the general envelope is 30% of the actual incurred cost. On the cohesion is the 50%, and for Outermost region is 70%, as well as the deadline for submissions. So the first one, as said, has already passed. The next one is coming, is 11 June 2025, which grant agreement to be signed by 11 March 2026. And then the third cutoff has been postponed to 4 March 2026. The project duration is up to 39 months for all that are unit contribution. In special and duly justified cases, the 39 months can be extended for project on electrification, hydrogen, ammonia, or methanol based on reimbursement of actual cost. And the financial agreement with the promotion bank has to be signed within 12 months after the cutoff date. And then the SINEA will check whether the financing has been actually called or not during the implementation of the project. This is my last slide. And then I just leave you with the interesting links and to the material is available online, as well as our contact, in case you need help in preparing some one or more application for next cutoff date. That's all on my side. Thank you very much for listening, and I hope I have been clear. Thank you.
Thanks, Stefano. I think it was very interesting to see also the co-funding rate for Outermost region, that's 70%. That's a good possibility for for funding. Now we go to the second panel of the day, and it will be very interesting also because one of the first slides presented this morning was about balancing demand and offer of energy in that case. Now we will go a little bit more in alternative fuels and things like that, but again, it's a topic in which the carrots and stick, or no, sorry, chicken and egg, in the sense that we need to, stimulate the demand, the offer, and we will see. We have ports shipping participating, and so we will have probably some answers, or at least some topics to be further discussed. So I invite the European coordinator for the European Maritime Space, Mrs. Gesine Meissner, to join me as a moderator, and she will be the master inviting one by one the speakers, because we have a format that is slightly different from the previous one. Gesine, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Alexu. Yes, actually, we have a little bit change of program insofar as we have individual interviews. And actually, I have 6 panelists, and I was told only 5 minutes per panelist. It might be a little bit less, a little bit, not enough this way around, not enough. But let's see, we have 2 parts. First, the individual interviews, and second part will be questions to all the panelists from you or from me, whatever. So let's start. Our topic is sustainable shipping, innovations and best practices in decarbonized shipping. It's in some way a little bit overlapping with the first panel, but it has different panelists, different aspects. And I start with Rosanna Murillo, Vice President of Government Affairs of MSC Group. Please, Rosanna, join me. I'm going to sit down as soon as you are here, and then we can start our first interview. Hi, good to see you.
Thank you so much.
Take a seat, please. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, yeah, Rosanna, first a little bit about yourself. Well, of course, you know yourself, but not everybody does. You are especially focusing on Spain in the maritime sector. You are responsible for shaping public policy debates, for collaboration with shipping company and policymakers. And you support sustainable growth, of course, and innovation. And interesting for me as well, prior to MSC, you have been Secretary of State for Tourism in Spain. So tourism is a good basis, apparently, for shipping and maritime sector. Okay, Rosanna, my first question, I have 2 questions. First question to you is, could you share with us the MSC's roadmap to a more sustainable fleet? And how do you plan to integrate remote regions like isolated outermost islands into that journey? Please, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. First of all, I want to say thank you for the invitation. It's really a pleasure to be with you today in this panel.
And you might speak as well Spanish if you want. So up to you.
Okay, I'll do the one in English, one in Spanish, and like this we can combine both languages. Well, first I have to say that yes, actually, I have this dual public-private vision of the environment of the business, and prior to that, I was General Director for Tourism for the Balearic Islands. So Mallorca is home for me, and I am really sensitive to the reality of the islands and the fragility also of the islands. MSC, for the ones that don't know the details, at the moment is the largest shipping company in the world. We have more than 900 cargo ships calling 520 ports all over the world, and with moving more than 27 million TEUs every year. We own more than 100 terminals. 30 of them, more or less, are located in the European Union, and we have a workforce of more than 200,000 employees, around 7,000 in the European Union. And I'm very happy that we were talking about trains in the past presentations, because at the end of 2025, MSC will be the largest freight railway operator in Europe. So we combine the maritime shipping with the railway, and we also have a cargo system by air. We have a cargo airline with 7 planes at the moment. There are going to be 9 very soon, and we are growing. And plus the cruises part, which is also really important for some territories, because you can see even in the Canary Islands that Las Palmas is much more focused on the shipping industry, but for example, Tenerife, it has a heavy load of cruise ships, so you have different islands with different needs in this case. I want to say that MSC is completely committed to the 2050 decarbonization goals, and we are going very fast trying to reach these goals. We have in order more than 100 ships that already come with LNG fuel capabilities. We are investing also in the retrofitting of the ships. Since 2017, all the cruise ships come with OPS facilities ready. And in 2023, we made our first net zero trip with the MSC Euribia. So we can see that the technology is there. We only need the scalability and also to find the right regulations framework so that investments can be made securely by the suppliers. So I would say it's the combination of we have to do from the shipping lines, from the suppliers, but also from the ports and the regulators. I had the pleasure of leading the tourism area during the Spanish presidency of the European Council in 2023, and I am aware of how complex it is to make regulations at the European level. But I think in this case, the outermost regions must be really considered. I'm not going to say apart, but really we should differentiate the specific problematic and the specific characteristics of these regions to make sure that decarbonization is not made at the expense of connectivity. And I think this is the main issue for the outermost and remote regions.
Yeah, you answered already the question, how can the outermost region come into the greening of the fleet? I think, and you mentioned OPS, you're ready for OPS. Of course, it's a question whether all the ports are ready for OPS. So it's really, it's a challenge maybe you face. What do you think, what role can large operators like MSC as the largest operator, you mentioned it, play in general in shaping the energy infrastructure everywhere? And help other ports or recommend special developments or whatever? What could you do as MSC?
I think you have a very important role because large operators act, they have a pull effect in the territories or destinations where they operate. And we can see that the ecosystem is growing when you have this continuous demand, I would say, guaranteed by a large operator. Because if you have this demand, then you can ask for investments from the infrastructures, the ports, the suppliers, and don't forget all the SMEs and small companies that also live around, this world in small territories like the Canary Islands or the other outermost regions. So I think we have to ensure that this pull effect made by large operators is being properly used by the destinations. I think the future of decarbonization is not competition, it's collaboration.
Absolutely, that's very good that you said so, because of course we will have competition as well in future in the maritime sector, but collaboration is the way to go forward. I'm absolutely convinced on that, because if you have all your own solution, that would not fit, and you have to exchange best practice and so on in order to really be successful. So, Thank you very much for right now, and I can immediately go to my next partner in the interviews, Enrique Topico. He's in the room. Ah, there he is. Okay, please come here. Technical procurement manager and superintendent engineer. Hi. Good to see you again.
Thank you.
And you are working for Fred Olsen Express,
yes,
a ferry company combining the Canary Islands. 1974, you started, not you, but
yes,
the company
yeah,
was the first road to combine La Gomera with Tenerife. And now, 2024, you started with an express cargo. And you connect now Gran Canaria, Puerto del Rosario, and Arrecife, so it's big progress. And you have a Bougainvillea Express, a new mini ferry. Yeah. Sounds interesting. And as of 2025, you are enhancing an inter-island connectivity within the Canary Islands for passenger and cargo, both. And so I think it's a very inclusive model you run right here in the Canary Islands for the connectivity. Now, my first question to you, what are the main technical, you are an engineer, technical and operational hurdles in deploying electric ferries for short, frequent island connections? And how do you plan to overcome those hurdles?
Okay. So, speaking about the model we have in the Canary Islands, we have a mix of passengers and cargo in our vessels. That's the main part of our fleet. Yes, we have cargo vessels, but let's talk about ferries, which is your question. The problem here is a two-side problem. First is a technological problem, and second is also an infrastructure problem, which has been mentioned in the past, in the former panel. Okay, so the technical problem comes with the battery technology that is available now. If you do a very short-term commuting, okay? Imagine you have a vessel going from A to B. You need X amount of energy to make that transit, okay? So current technology for batteries allows you to charge the battery at a rate more or less equal to the capacity of the battery you have. They call it 1C, C being the capacity of the battery. Current technology is around 1. There are some makers that are saying that they can do 3, I can do 5, but you know, these batteries, when you charge them very fast, they tend to lose their capacity.
So you need time.
Yeah, so let's say okay, I can do 1, good. That meaning you need an hour to change your battery. Sometimes that's not available. We do, in some ports, we do 15 minutes go with cars and trucks, because in our ferry that we go from Corralejo to Playa Blanca, that's northern Fuerteventura, south of Lanzarote, there's no airline going in between these two islands direct flight, so we are the
only connection.
The highway.
Yeah, yeah.
So in some cases we do 1 hour go, but in our cases we do 15 minutes go. So what you can do? Okay, the solution could be make the battery bigger, so you can charge at that rate. What happens there is that batteries now, they have a volume and weight that, well, is reasonable. And if you just have a battery the size of the power you need, it more or less accounts for your engine and your fuel tanks, whatever, as regards weight and volume. So you are good to go. What happens if you need to charge in 15 minutes? You need 4 times that. In this vessel that I'm talking about, this vessel is 200 tons dead weight. If we go 4 times the battery we need, because we have made that exercise, that's 150 tons battery. So we lose the capacity. So that's the first part of the problem. Second part of the problem is something that is being said here in the previous panel. Okay, we have a battery we can charge 10 times. There was a presentation from a very famous car manufacturer some weeks ago, and they were charging 1 car in 5 minutes. They put a screen with the percentages of the charge, and it was like putting petrol on a car. Okay, we have that, fine. We can charge 10 megawatts power. Where's the port infrastructure to charge at that power? That's the the second part, which I think is something more difficult to comply than the first part, because the technology is going very fast, and we will arrive there, I'm sure, because also the automobile sector is pushing in this direction because they are also going for electric vehicles. So they do a lot of investment. Technology will come. The problem is that we, on the shore side, we need to do a lot of work on that direction. This gentleman from Port Authority from Tenerife was saying that, yes, we have a demand of cruise vessels trying to connect, but we don't have the power, we don't have the infrastructure. So that's the second problem we are seeing, that, okay, on this vessel, I go in Playa Blanca, which is a very nice and small port, I don't have 10 megawatts there. And it will take a lot of time to arrive, because maybe the island has 20 megawatts production power. And I go back to some questions here raised, that is that economically feasible to force one region to have that huge amount of power generation for a vessel? We need to look at that. Maybe it's the time now, but I think we need to look at that, because that's also somebody needs to pay.
Almost asked it or answered already my second question, because the second question is, well, Joanna mentioned the short turnaround times typical for ferry services, that what you face as well. And there the question is onshore power supply always the right way to go for? Or do you think about other hybrid solutions for charging could be better? Do you have any fantasy, any vision what could be better than this?
I think we have to analyze which is the case.
Yeah.
Each case will get its own answer. I mean, this vessel I was talking about before, maybe that's not the right vessel to use that technology. Maybe that vessel will be best equipped with a hybrid solution.
Yeah.
With some batteries allowing the vessel to sail and do the maneuver in port, a solution that is being widely made for some years now. And then we will be able to use a more efficient and with less carbon print fuel. Again, in these regions, these fuels are hard to find, but that will also eventually come. And maybe with smaller vessels, not that fast, we could maybe go for an electric solution. I think that's a thing about, you need to start it case by case. But yes, hybrid is a good solution, because also the maneuver is at port, so that's very friendly for the population and for the area, because you don't have a vessel emitting just on the port, mainly for small islands, which the vessel is like the elephant in the room.
Yeah, yeah.
But I think it's a matter of case. And I would like to say that in the Canary Islands, we have now a challenge with these environmental regulations that we are imposing ourselves. And I think the island should go a step forward as regards the power generation. I think we have a lot of capabilities here and possibilities. We have sun, we have wind, we have a lot of things. Yeah. And it's not very acceptable that we have now a lot of percentage of the generation with diesel engines. I think land generation. So I think that's something that all this movement for has to push also in that direction. Because we can do an electric ferry, but if the power we are using upstream is a diesel engine, we are not doing a lot.
In the cover break, I just talked with a gentleman sitting in the room, I think over there, from Canary Islands, who said maybe Canary Islands or other islands could be really the blueprint for solutions, because you have, as you mentioned, everything here regarding energy, so many possibilities, and it should be possible to just examine what really can be best.
All is available here.
Okay, good idea. Maybe hybrid charging stations. Thank you very much for a moment. And now I come to Javier Cervera. Over there he is, Director of Energy Transition from Balearia. Yeah, you could sit there And I move forward a little bit so that we can see each other quite well. I think it's fine to do it this way. Yes, you have been joining Balearia in 2019, and you are responsible for sustainable technologies, dual fuel ships, biomethane, and green hydrogen. And you are the president of Alianza Net Zero Mar. Sounds very good as well. And you're responsible for the routes to North Africa. That is something kind of new right now here as well. And my first question to you is, what concrete steps is Balearia taking to decarbonize its fleet, and how do services for island routes differ from those operating along mainland coastlines? Of course, there's a difference.
Thank you very much first for the invitation being here, the Atlantic Corridor and the European Maritime Space. If you remember, we met first time 6 months ago in Valencia. Other day was 29th of October.
Yeah.
Was a nice session, but just finishing the session was when the flood came to the south of the city. So the memory from this moment is not good. So I know that this second meeting will be a lot better. Thank you very much for the invitation. That we are doing in Balearia. Balearia is a ferry shipping operator, mainly from Peninsula to the Balear Islands, Canary Islands, with the alliance with Fred Olsen, to the north of Africa in Morocco, Algeria, the Spanish cities there. We own 40 vessels currently, and that we have been doing in the decarbonisation from 10 years ago is starting with one technology first that is reducing emissions, that is the LNG. Currently, we started in 2016, and currently we own 11 LNG ferries doing different.
Sorry, there seems to be a technical problem.
Doing different routes. Like, we know this was a nice solution for 2020 in the IMO, but not enough for now for the decarbonisation objectives that we have in Europe and worldwide with the IMO from the last week. Now we continue advancing. With these LNG ferries that we are doing already, it's using bio-LNG. We did a first attempt in 2021 between Barcelona and Menorca, a route using this fuel, but now, because a new service in Spain is already running with Inagas, that is the TCO for the natural gas in Spain, we are using bio-LNG from Huelva and from Barcelona. We have done already from Huelva, moving the bio-LNG to Malaga, crossing to Melilla. That means it's a first attempt, but we are going to continue now. It's like a short green corridor there using bio-LNG. But we have smaller vessels. We have one fully electric running like hybrid between Ibiza and Formentera. This is ready to be fully electric, for example. It's running 2 years ago. And we are using with battery only in the port, going out, going in. But when we are sailing between the islands, we use the diesel engines on board to produce the electricity. The vessel is ready, currently on some batteries, but we can put a lot more. But we need the connections on the port. It will be easier in Ibiza, but it's not easy in Formentera, for example, if we want to design the volume of batteries on board to recharge in both ports. Formentera now, if you check in the Redeia website, for sure is now the consumption is 6 megawatt power currently the island. If we want to recharge in 20 minutes, the energy that we need to come back to Ibiza from Formentera, we need 4 megawatt. That means all the island. So this is not a solution. But other things that we are going in electrification for these smaller ships than the RoPax is this new line, this new green corridor between Tarifa and Tangerville that we are just starting now with diesel fast ferry in the next month. But in 2 years, we'll have fully electric fast ferries. 87 meters long for 800 passengers, more than 5,000 tons, the ferries, and we'll keep inside 12 megawatt hour batteries. In every dock in Tarifa, in Tangerville, we are going to recharge electricity, 8 megawatt hour, to do the route, 50-minute sailing. We need a lot of power there. We don't have enough power in Tarifa. We don't have enough power in Tanger. So we did a mixed solution that was in the previous sessions, like we put batteries on the shore. While the ferry is not there, we recharge from the cable to the batteries, and when the ferry arrives, we'll give all the power. The design of the power is 14 megawatt power. That is the power that a big cruise of MSC needs for the hotel consumption during the stay on the port. So for the short route, I think that we are going to be electric. For the long route, we are trying to be with the biofuels, and in the future, synthetic fuels. Obviously, like we are LNG in the biggest ferries, we'll choose for the e-methane, e-LNG. That is like e-methanol, similar molecules, carbon and hydrogen, but we can convert to methane, that is the molecule that we can use in the current vessels. And I think that in every vessel that we have, we'll put batteries on board. I mean, in the RoPax, we can keep 20, 40 megawatt hour on board to recharge for the maneuverings there in the port, but to recharge, perhaps, why not, for 10% of the energy on the route. You imagine in the line that we are doing in the alliance with Fred Olsen here with 2 LNG ferries, Marie Curie and Sicilia, Huelva, Las Palmas, and Tenerife. We use 1,000 megawatt electric propulsion energy. We run with LNG, but if it will be electric in 1,000 megawatt hour, we do the line, okay? 3.5 days. And we have 2 ferries. With the storage, hydraulic storage that Redeia is finishing here in Chira, here in this island, 3,200 megawatt hour storage, we will have only for 3 ferries. I mean, all the storage that is a huge project that Red Electrica, Redeia is doing in this island is only for 3 ferries for Balearia. I mean,
okay.
This is only the final data in the question to see the public which is the volume of the energy that we use. Currently, no one is watching this because we get the petrol or the gas natural from outside of the country and it's coming to the port, but now we go to produce on the land. So this is an important quantity to have on mind.
So apparently it's not the difference between mainland and island, but it's the question whether to have the right energy for charging.
In this line, we get bio-LNG from Huelva.
Yeah.
It's nice, but we design these ferries for shorter routes, so we have the deposit to come to Canary Islands and 50% to come back to Huelva. So for us, it would be nice to have biogas projects here on the islands, in Gran Canaria, in Tenerife, not only electrification. So we have other biomass in this, and you asked in the previous table about biomass. So if we can keep organic biomass to produce bio-LNG projects in these islands, it will be nice, for example. If not, we have to take the bio from the land, from the peninsula in Spain, because it's the place where it is. So the possibilities to do different things, so to continue with decarbonization on the island, is to get all the resources possible from the island, and why not to produce as much electricity as possible. I mean, Red Electrica has invested more than 300 million euros in this storage, but why not invest in a lot of megawatt hour on storage, lithium storage on the port, to play with the grid and to play with the vessels that will get this electricity with batteries in 10 years.
Okay. Yeah. Well, of course, it's you've heard it, huh? The Canary Islands should have everything in every port. So, of course, that's not possible. We know that. But that is what I call the hand and the egg problem. It's you need the infrastructure in order to charge special alternative energy. And it's a question, who starts, the ship owners or the ports? It has to fit together. And maybe Canary Islands could be an experimental region for everything. Who knows? So just very short, the second question. I know the answer. Does the EU emission trading system, the ETS, and the fuel EU Maritime create sufficient financial incentives, or do you see gaps in policy support?
Create incentives, because we are starting to use bio-LNG, for example, or trying to electrify. And the gaps, perhaps if you choose like a line or a technology or a fuel that is more than the regulation is asking you, for example, this line that thanks to the authority of Puerto Algeciras Tarifa We have win this green corridor, that means zero emissions. We are starting in 2 years zero emissions in this line. It's a lot more than the regulation. So, but we are going to invest a lot more now in the beginning than using another technology and a biofuel, for example. Why not some kind of discount credits in the ETS to invest in these things, growing the reductions from the limit that you have, like shipping operator, these kind of things, like, because we have used near 10 million euros last year in ETS, and we are spending a lot more money this year. I hope not in fuel EU, because we are using biofuels. But why not, if you want to be in advance, the first of the class, why not to get some credits and not pay in the ETS? And you demonstrate that you reduce a lot more. These kind of things, why not? It's a tool.
Well, I think if it comes to ETS, well, ETS is not really responsibility of DG Move. I have to mention that, but DG Climate. But nevertheless, it's there, and nobody could be excluded, and so you have to think about it. And I think from me, it's very important that the revenues from ETS go to the maritime sector. That has to be asked for, and I will always mention this wherever I go. But okay, so thank you for the moment, and now we go to Pedro Frajao. There he is, the captain. You can choose either there or there. Hi, good to see you again. Okay, Pedro is from Grupo Sousa. He is actually originally a captain, and he was a Navy officer and in NATO missions involved. So you have a military background, so to say, as well. And since 2012, you do the strategic initiative at Grupo Sousa. Virtual gas pipeline, energy transition, sustainability, strategic communication, maritime security, that's all your issues, so to say. And you are ambassador for Sustainable Development Goals. That's why I have especially for you this year as well. It's close to my heart as well. I think it's close to everybody's heart to think about those Sustainable Development Goals. And now my questions to you. Your operations span Capo Verde and Guinea-Bissau, and among other regions who have a very big region, so to say. What unique conditions in those areas shape the way you approach low carbon or alternative fuel strategies? Please.
Thank you for the invitation. I just have 2 slides. I think it's easier for the audience to understand who is MSC, Fred Olsen, and Balearia. Eventually, that is not the case for Grupo Sousa, which is a Portuguese corporate group, 100%. And we basically operate within the Portuguese ports, also with Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau. This slide shows very basically the most important figures of Grupo Sousa. To underline that we operate in shipping, port operations, logistics, and energy. And when we refer to environment, we also think about social impacts and governance. And this balance is quite important. It has not yet been expressed so heavily during these presentations before, but I'll try to give you my perspective. Important to say that this is the snapshot of our group now in 2024. This is the final figures of last year. Just to let you know that in 2009, we were about 400 people. We operated in 1 single country in Portugal, and our annual turnover was 1/5 of what is there. So this to express how important shipping is for local communities and for the populations, but also to remind that shipping is a global activity, but there are niche activities that need to survive and to be viable in the years to come. We basically operate and we own 7 vessels. So when we looked into these decarbonization targets, what we have done so far, we have selected 5 vessels to become more efficient in terms of less environmental impact. There is a defined plan. The first one, Lobo Marinho, a RoPax connecting Madeira Island to Porto Santo, a public concession without any subsidies from the state, and the others are in progress. Basically, we are doing what is possible with these platforms, with these vessels. 1 onshore power supply already placed on board Lobo Marinho. We have a biofuel processing equipment on board in the system. a fleet performance management tool, variable frequency drives to allow better efficient production on board, and the applicants of silicon-based coatings. Our technological partners are shown in the slide. And so this is how we play the game every day. Now, going back to your question, among these ports that we use during our operations, there is Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau. And for this, we need to be realistic. Of course, we are going to improve the vessels. No major retrofitting. These are, I would say, simple retrofitting options. But we need to make sure that in the future, energy is also available in these ports for cold ironing or onshore power supply. But we need to face reality, because not only these countries, as others, and eventually some other outermost regions and islands regions, they still need at some stages to do a privilege to the social development they need. And so this means that when we need better infrastructure or more capable infrastructures, the investment decisions, constraints due to the economic component and the social objectives still need to be very balanced. This is nothing new. So no, we are not doing anything special for these regions. No, we are not. But we need to be realistically thinking that if anything happens, it will take longer because they have to do it at a different pace. So this is reality. This is nothing new. So basically to say that today and for tomorrow, we need to comply with EU regulation and with the universal regulator that is IMO, to be as compliant as possible with the current vessels we have, because they are still in their mid-life of their operational life cycles. And what we face is not different from the other players. Of course, MSC with almost over 600 owned vessels has a different scale. But what happens is we need to follow the waters of the big players and try to survive within this international environment. So this is the challenge that we are facing presently.
Yeah, you described it very well, I think. Well, of course, I have a second question. Nevertheless, out of your experience, do local communities and governments, are they open for experimentation on newer fuels, or do you feel that there are more concerns that dominate?
Well, I believe that the countries that we serve with our operations, I truly believe they have different priorities. Now, priorities is one thing. Of course, they have to take care of it. But for sure that in general, any country would welcome energy transition on shipping, because in fact, it directly impacts quality of life when ships are alongside their ports, because pollution for local communities is inevitable. And in the case of the countries that are still under development, but they are focused on tourism of quality, of course, if they have stakeholders and operators that are more environmentally friendly, that's a good flag to show to the world for their competitiveness. So I would say, yes, it's possible, but again, I think the correct balance of the environmental objectives with the purpose of leaving no one behind still needs to be balanced at some stage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you very much. Well, I think coming back to you, Rosanna, something you mentioned, it's a competition, but at the same time, we need collaboration. I think it's very important in the maritime development to have collaboration and to encourage those who are hesitant maybe in new developments, because we really need a maritime sector that is going green, so to say, and going to a good future. So it's not my last interview. Thank you very much. It's now Antonis Avranas. Antonis. I always do it. Antonis is the right way to pronounce it. You may choose there or there. Okay, over there. Yeah, you are representing Greek. And you are actually the Maritime Transport Attaché at the permanent representation of Greece to the European Union. And we met already in Brussels before. Yeah. So you are based in Brussels, so to say. And you represent Greece's interest in the EU maritime policy. And you have as well, you are a very important person for forums such as the Union for the Mediterranean. So of course, Mediterranean is something to the heart of Greek people. And you are very open for blue economy initiatives. That's what I know. Now, in Ireland, Liam mentioned that a public-private partnership is only used for roads mainly and not for maritime sector. It's different in Greece because you are planning to renew the Greek coastal shipping fleet with public-private partnership and public service tenders. Why did you use this approach, and how will it affect the time frame of achieving significant decarbonization in Greece?
Thank you very much. Yeah. Let me first thank you for inviting me. I'm pleased to be part of this joint workshop, and even more for being for the first time in one of the 9 outermost regions of Europe, and it feels nice already. I may come back again.
First time, congrats.
Yes, Greece, like Spain and other maritime nations of Europe, has a specificity, and these are our islands. In the case of Greece, we have in our territory more than 6,000 islands and islets, out of which 114 are inhabited, with a population of 1.6 million islanders. And furthermore, 1/4 of the Greek GDP is related to activities pertinent to the sea. But these islands are in the Mediterranean Sea that faces major challenges related to environmental protection and the adoption of environment friendly practices. And decarbonization, resilience are the 2 popular words trying to find out ways to address climate change. Now, going to your question, the Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Insular Policy, in cooperation with the Ministry of Finance, are currently concluding a pre-feasibility study with the support of EBRD in order to apply an innovative PPP scheme to address firstly the decarbonization and connectivity, not all the lines, of the barren lines, the lines that serve the remote islands. And why is that? The current model for coastal shipping relies on annual tenders. And this results in uncertainty for the investors, lack of investment, new investment, and the use of outdated vessels that are more than 20 years, have already a year of 20 years. Cabotage laws, environmental compliance regulation add further complexity. So the ministry wanted to put forward the reform to move from annual subsidies and PSO contracts to old vessels operating with fossil fuels towards a proactive, sustainable connectivity planning accompanied with stable funding mechanism. Allow me to share a few words about what we're planning to do. The proposal refers to the construction of 35 new ferries, 25 to 100 meter long, different kind of ferries, passenger, ro-packs, even 1 or 2 high speed, that will serve 44 coastal lines. Regarding the fuel, the new vessels will be designed and constructed to operate using both biodiesel in the beginning and methanol from day 0, that will change to bio or e-methanol when it's a market available. Mm-hmm. While at ports, the vessels will be connected to shoreside electricity. And this is a 600 million euros project that will be a combination of NSRF funds as well as national contributions. Throughout the term of the PPP contract, that it's about to be 12 years, the ownership of the vessels shall remain with the state. State support will be in the form of capital grant and availability payments, whereas the private sector will undertake the design and the building of the new vessels, shall secure necessary co-financing through equity, sub-debt and commercial loans, and will operate the vessels with the obligation to hand them back at the state at the end of the PPP contract. And like in these partnerships, will perform also the proper maintenance of the vessels until the end of this contract. The project, of course, will comply with ERDF rules, cabotage, public procurement, and state aid rules if needed, adding the required legal intervention and amendments to the national framework. So we are in close cooperation already with the services of the Commission, DG Regio, DG Move, and hopefully soon we will witness the launch of a unique initiative to ensure connectivity on the long run, promoting green transition of the Greek passenger fleet in serving our remote islands.
Okay, thank you very much. So I can right away put my second question. So from your perspective, what additional support, if any, or regulatory clarity, somebody asked for those already as well, should the EU provide to ensure islands and peripheral regions can meet connectivity while also they have the need to go green?
Yeah, well, our
Anything
islands
necessary?
and the outermost regions have traditional constraints in terms of connectivity.
Yeah.
Remoteness, vulnerability to climate change, increasing intensity year after year, extreme dependency on air and maritime transport, which are the two modes of transport that are becoming more and more expensive due to the energy and fuel supply transition costs, but also highly dependent on tourism. Here in Canary Islands, I've read that 35% of GDP, tourism represent this amount. Yeah. In Madeira, 25%. Similar are the numbers for the Greek islands. So ERDF under cohesion policy is the main instruments that we have to support the funding of these investments. Mm-hmm. However, if you ask me, is this funding adequate, or to say it better, targeted to cover the island's need to go greener? I'm afraid not. I have to admit, though, that the new commissioner is taking steps, the new commission is taking steps towards the right direction. During his hearing,
you mean the Greek commissioner?
Commissioner Fito,
yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mentioned several times that the disparities in islands and outermost regions will be tackled by providing tailor-made investments, tailor-made solutions, mobilizing reforms and investments. And just about a month ago, during his visit in Athens, he mentioned that the strategy on islands and their specificities will be among the priorities in the discussions for the new MFF starting this summer. And I'm pretty sure that green connectivity will be among the main pillars of this strategy that is about to come. But allow me to say also this. Islands represent in Europe only 4.6% of the total population. Mm-hmm. And their needs, to be honest, are not in the primary agenda of discussion in Brussels, and that's normal. I participated in the first EMS workshop you did in Valencia last year, where you have kept mentioning the importance for maritime connections for islands and the outermost regions as integral part of the TEN-T. And we do it today here in Las Palmas as well. And we need to continue like this to make the voice of the islands and outermost regions heard. Yeah. So yes, regulatory clarity is key, and we should do our best during the negotiations of the new MFF to prioritize and secure tailor-made connectivity programs and the earmarking of sustainable investment solutions for the remote islands and outermost regions. Of course, not an easy battle due to the various geopolitical challenges that the EU budget and especially cohesion fund will have to cope with.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, it's good that you mentioned again, MFF is coming this summer, and of course, it's the new commission who is deciding on the MFF, and I mentioned in Valencia, I know quite well, that not only the islands are often forgotten on peripheric islands, but as well, the maritime sector is not in the focus of many people. Nevertheless, the maritime sector is very important for the global trade, for our competitivity in Europe and so on, and that's why we only can underline having seen or having in front of us the new MFF, that how important the maritime part and the islands are for the whole, for whole Europe, so to say. Huh? But thank you very much, Antonis. Now we come back to the Canary Islands, and I have still one person left, Luis Nuñez Vera. You are please coming here as well. Okay.
Thank you.
You have not the choice, you have one seat over there. Yeah. Okay, you are the head of strategy and European affairs at Algeciras Port. Yeah. And you are a civil engineer, specialized, have several specialized master degrees from the London School of Economics, and 17 years experience in high-speed railway. Yeah. But now your experience is gone to Algeciras Bay Port Authority, and you're developing strategies for international maritime cooperation, monitoring global challenges, and ports as energy hubs is one of your topics, and multimodal platform as ports as multimodal platform as well. So I have two questions to you as well. The first one is Algeciras Port is a key hub for fuels. That's what I heard. How do you see your port's role? That was something falling down. Nobody heard? No.
apparently no. So, how do you see your Algeciras port's role in supporting outermost islands or remote regions that depend on transshipment through larger seaports when it comes to alternative fuels, please?
Okay, thank you very much, Gesine. Well, first of all, I would like to thank to the organization, to the Atlantic Corridor and the European Maritime Space for inviting Algeciras Port to this event.
You are, of course, Algeciras is not Canary Islands.
No,
I was a little bit, yeah. I know where it is.
No worries.
I just wanted to correct myself.
No worries.
Yes.
I would like as well to thank Las Palmas Port for hosting us in this beautiful place. And finally, to excuse my chairman, Gerardo Landaluci. I'm sure he will love to be with so many friends here, but it was impossible for him, so that's why I'm here. I think I will give a good level. So regarding your question, Algeciras Port right now, it's located in the Gibraltar Strait. It's I'll just give you some figures. The fourth in total throughput of Europe. Okay, that's one you know. It's Rotterdam, Antwerp, Bruges, Hamburg, and then we are there. Apart from that, we have one of the better connectivity index of Europe as well. We are among the 10th first position. And these are tools that will allow us to boost the energy transition. How? Okay. This is a responsibility and an opportunity as well to our location. So, for example, right now we are bunkering the 40% of the total activity of Spain. We are the first one, and the second one is Las Palmas. So we have to start there, no? As you know, Algeciras is located in the Gibraltar Strait. That is one of the main points of for crossing, no? The all around the world route. Okay. So we have Canal Suez, Suez Canal, Malacca, Panama Canal, and Estero Gibraltar. Every year we have around 130,000 vessels crossing the strait. So that is a big opportunity to start offering a pool of different energies, starting some years ago with LNG. That was a pilot project with Enagas, supported by European funds from CEF funds. And nowadays it's a reality. We are bunkering LNG in a daily basis, practically. Apart from that, we have Moeve. Moeve, it was the former CEPSA. It's a company that has made a very important bet in Huelva and in Algeciras as well in order to develop the Green Hydrogen Valley. This one as well, supported by European funds. And I will highlight and underline this in every project because we need this kind of help. And as Javier mentioned before, one of those financial support, has to come from ETS. ETS is an old friend of mine, not to say enemy, but almost. And what we don't see is how these revenues are going to come back to the sector. We don't see it clear yet. No, we know that there is an innovation fund, that there will be part, but it's very important to highlight this point because at the end of the day, ports cannot do anything else more than support and to accompany the private sector in the investment. So the market is the one that is going to demand the fuels, and the fuel supplier, that is not the port, is another private company, is the one that has to see clear where they have to invest in order to be profitable. So, but what we are doing right now in Algeciras, for example, okay, we have, as I mentioned before, no, support pilot projects. We are now developing green corridors with Rotterdam and Moeve and Singapore. We have the Green Intercontinental Corridor that Javier mentioned before, that we are very proud of it. And what we have done there is just to put in place the performance specification, the requirements that you need to force the companies to make such investment, such big investment that are needed, as Balearia done. Because if not, you know, it's easy to put in place an old vessel with a lot of emissions, but what we need is to boost this kind of investment from the private sector. So it's very important the public fundings and to in some way foster the public-private partnerships. Apart from that, what can I tell you? In order to support and to help outermost regions, we can act as a central distribution hub. We already act as a bunkering hub. Now the point is to be an energy hub in order to help those outermost regions that are lack of space in order to have storage for these new fuels. I see you looking at the time, so I will ask another question.
No. I just found out that you answered already my second question, because you know the second question, how you can help a smaller port, so to say, and you answered it right away. Very good, thank you.
Sorry, it's just kidding. And now, just to highlight the importance of the digitalization, no? The collaborative platforms that help us to facilitate all the operation and to make it in a smooth way. So, and this is something that can be shared with the outermost regions in order to facilitate as well there this bunkering of new alternative fuels.
Yeah. Of course, because Algeciras is not outermost region. That's totally
no, we are the south, very at the south, but not outermost.
You're very south. I know where you are. Okay, thank you very much. That had been the individual interviews, and now, as I already thought, it's only 50 minutes more or less left. First of all, I would like to ask you whether you have a question in the public right now to our panelists. Otherwise, I would have questions for sure. But okay, please. You need the micro, and then say who you are. We know each other, but nevertheless. And
can you hear me? No.
Does not work?
Yeah? Okay, my name is Jaime Beltran from Port Authority of Huelva. Thank you very much for all the panelists and moderator for these excellent presentations. Thank you. Regarding to decarbonization of maritime transport, I would like to highlight from our point of view, from point of view of the Port of Huelva, the importance for us is essential, the role that green shipping corridor could play in this in this maritime decarbonization process. Why? Because with this strategy, green shipping corridor could integrate all the stakeholders involved in the value chain, from demand and consumers to the producers that are working on this field. The second point is the green shipping corridor could synchronize the risk that Ruiz has mentioned before, the investments with all the parts involved in the production and storage and consumption of these alternative fuels. And my specific question, sorry, for the panel is, do you consider from the European Union, we have TEN-T network has a maritime section in the corridors, for example, Huelva to Canary Island, another one from France to Ireland, and could be a good point to start a strategy from green shipping corridor in the European Union, considering the first base, these maritime sections, in order to impulse source shipping, in order to impulse connectivity with Canary Islands in general in the European Union, with mainland, European mainland, in order to impulse this connectivity, shortening the value chain, and all the things that are European Union.
Thank you very much. So it was not a question, was a remark. And well, rightly you said that green corridor, of course, is a way to go forward. You mentioned it already as well. Anybody else who wants to come in with short comment to green corridors again? You?
Yeah, please, thank you. I totally agree with your point. The thing is that, for example, we have a tool, or a new strategy, you know, that is the European Global Gateway. This is focused on external relationship, no, with other countries, but I think that we can copy that into the maritime sector in the European maritime space. Why? Because if we don't do that, for example, we are already witnessing is that due to the ETS and that there is a lap, no, between the ETS and the ETS2, we are witnessing a shift in the model of transport. So it was very difficult to boost the short sea shipping. We have the previous motorway of the seas, and now we are seeing that if we don't have that help and that support and that kind of tools, the shippers are going to come back to the road in order to avoid the payment of the ETS. So if we want to get greener, first of all, we have to give them the tools. And one of the biggest challenges that we are facing and has been mentioned already in this panel and previously, is the capacity of the grid. Because you can put the OPS, the coal iron, or whatever you can call it in the port, but if you don't have the grid behind, you are not able to produce and to offer the electricity that is going to be demanded.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just
Rosanna, please.
We are also participating in the Singapore-Rotterdam corridor and also part of the Silk Alliance. I think the Canary Islands are a great candidate for being part of a green corridor because one of the factors you have to take into account is that the seasonality is very low here. This means you have concentrated, constant demand. What we should be careful here is this a scalable infrastructure? And this is what you need also for a green corridor. So you need to ensure the scalability also of the infrastructures here.
I know that if you meet Magda Kopczynska, she always likes to talk about green corridors. All the corridors should be green. Well, of course, it's a future vision that we all have. Anybody else who wanted to come in? Yes, Pedro, please.
I agree with
Enrique,
him because we are speaking now, and the question is coming again and again about the availability and the capital expense of all these things that we need to make ready. So I think that will be a good solution to have a corridor in which we have these alternative fuels available, we have this power available, and that can be easily shared by all the players.
It's a collaborative model, and that's why it's so nice. Anybody else who wanted to say something?
Yes, I want to say
very
fast. I was in COP27 in Glasgow when was signed the Kleinenberg agreement about green corridors, and this is from 5 years ago. So I think we have to work in every green corridor, far and short, but we have to focus some money to try to push the short one because it's more available because of the volume and the efficiency of the economy and the subsidies of the fuel, perhaps, to try to show that doing medium and longer is possible as shorter as we can. Last week in the IMO, during the sessions, I was doing the number about the fund that is getting the money from the penalties that IMO now is applying in 2028. And in 2030, the amount is different because now the percentage is a bit shorter, but something like $20,000 million only if you get this money for subsidize every megawatt hour of the fuel around the world to try to push everyone using more cleaner bunker, you are only paying €5 megawatt hour, only 5. So perhaps you have to focus the funds partially in some place and partially in other to try to demonstrate that green corridors are possible. First, the shortest, and with this improving the distance.
You've done the math.
Yes,
I did that.
I just found out that I really had been running out of time because I thought it's 1:30, it's 1:15. Antonis, you wanted to mention something?
Yeah.
Yes, and then I have a very last short question.
Green shipping corridors is mainly consistent with the structure and operation of the liner shipping. Serves defined routes between ports and fixed itineraries, which allows for provision of alternative fuels through takeoff agreements. While in Greece, the Greek shipping is effectively applied, it cannot be effectively applied to bulk or trunk shipping because these ships do not operate on specific sea routes. And their operation, ports, cargo, is controlled by the charterer and the market supply or demand. I mean, wherever there is supply, our ships go. So in a way, we do not, let's say, favor this because it's different to what the Greek shipping routes are. But it's a good idea of somehow if we can make it happen within EU. Okay, just wanted to tell that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Antonis. Okay, one very short last question, a question you don't know because it's not written in your in the emails. If you would have a wish right now going to Brussels regarding the development of the maritime sector in your regions, in the peripheral outermost regions, what would you say? What should be done? What is your first and one and only wish? Who wants to start?
I can start.
Rosa.
We are a European company. We are owned by a European family, and we have a strong commitment to Europe. So I would wish for a stronger alignment with IMO, so that Europe and IMO are very aligned and are giving us a secure framework to work in. And also Europe to be following Mr. Draghi and Mr. Letta reports and ensure that Europe remains competitive in all of this uncertain world, and we take into account, when we make regulations, that we cannot lose our ports as strategic infrastructures for our countries, not only on the shipping industry, but also on the defense industry, and that we think twice before, being, I would say, too strict on our rules and regulations, and not lose the global view of the world we are in.
Yeah, it's a very holistic and very important wish. Thank you very much. Well, now we are going to collect the 6 wishes. Yours. Thank you.
Make this
okay.
island strategy happen.
Yeah.
As Mr. Fito said, during the new MFF, we need more resistant strategies for the islands. Outermost regions have their funding. The islands in Greece do not have one.
Yeah.
Let's make something to happen for the islands of Europe. Not saying that we need to increase the funds for outermost regions as well, because the connectivity and the problems with the transition are there. But let's focus on the islands and make strategies for the island, as Mr. Fito said before. Thank you very much.
Maritime strategies, but island strategies. Thank you very much. Enrique, now it's your turn.
I think we have been very fast on the regulations, but we have not been able to be that fast on the practical term of the regulation, how we are going to comply with all that. I think we should, next time, maybe be a little more cautious about all this.
Okay. Another wish. Thank you. Javier.
I wish one thing, that is to simplify the tramitation, the regulation about the electric lines. I mean, if you want to do an electric route or a big OPS, and you need a new high voltage line on the place, you need at least, in Europe in general, 10 years. In 30 seconds, it's on public that Stena was doing 2 big RoPax, Stena Electra, between Göteborg and other Denmark city. They designed the vessels, and when they asked for the line, the high voltage, was expensive, but the biggest problem was 10 years to construct. And they decided to change the project to hydrogen compressed. That is 3 times more electricity produced somewhere. So it's not reasonable. It's a lot cheaper to use electricity, but we need the regulation to be shorter. When a operating, when a shipping operator is deciding a vessel, we can't wait 10 years.
Maybe we can come back to you and ask for more details. Who knows? Pedro.
Yes, my wish has 3 components. The first one is to make sure that the baseline is, in fact, IMO, the global regulator, no doubt at all. I think that is mandatory for the sake of our businesses, first step. The second one has to do with the importance of connectivity to the outermost regions. But not only connectivity, also affordability, and to have regular lines to outermost regions, because they are highly dependent on importation, on imports, and that unbalanced trade of exportation normally, not the case eventually for the Canary Islands, but in general, the other outermost regions, that balance has to be carefully assessed.
Yeah.
The third point, short? Third point, not less important.
Yeah.
Stakeholders have to dialogue with each other. Ports, shipbuilders, everybody needs to dialogue. And what I have seen from the past few years, I think we are in progress in that respect because of a common need or individual need of each industry, but we are not still at the point. I think we need to dialogue more and better to achieve a common purpose of decarbonization.
Okay, thank you very much. And last but not least, Luis.
Well, at home, we love Aladdin, so I have three wishes, okay?
Oh, short, please. Otherwise, I will be killed by Alexio.
So it's alignment with the IMO, okay? Global regulation for a maritime sector that is a global activity. Second one, specific funds for ports, islands, ports, and continental ones. And the third and more important one, better and in-depth impact assessment of the regulation that is putting in place Europe. Because sometimes they are forgetting about several phases that you have to assess as well, not only the reduction of emission that we don't know yet from the ETS, for example. We know how much money they have collected so far, but not the reduction of CO2. So, and the competitiveness that we have lost, and so and so. So those are my three wishes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very great wishes. And my wish is really to cooperate with all of you in future and to have all the support needed for the maritime sector and from the outermost regions, especially for all the islands. Would be great if we achieved that. So thank you very much to all my panelists. And sorry that I really thought it's 1:30. I thought we are punctual. So sorry, Alexio. And I kept you away from your lunch break. But I hope it was worthwhile listening to all my great panelists. Thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, we have 1 hour lunch break, so we come back at 2:30. Thanks a lot. Enjoy. ready to go for the afternoon session. Good afternoon again. I have a very tough time. It's a very tough time for me now because I need to, I mean, at least not to wake up because you are still, but I don't know, in 10 minutes, but yes, I'm joking, but let's take this, I have a short presentation before going into the last panel. That is, I would use for a sort of a summary or frame of what was discussed, and also to introduce a little bit of discussion later on. So we discussed a lot in the first 2 sessions about energy transition imports. And whatever is, and the implications are many different technologies, many different topics, governance issues, business plan, business, whatever. So many years ago, in 2020, the Green Deal started, and it was the Green Deal that moved mainly the energy transition imports becoming a reality. It was mainly the Green Deal moving ports to become energy hubs. And there was an issue at the time that, of course, ports were not prepared to talk about energy because for years and years, decades, they have been used and they have been discussed as a connectivity hub, as hub for transport, not for energy. So there was an issue also to help ports, to support ports, to create what? To create what could be a sort of a master plan to develop their energy transition in a medium term. Not thinking visionary in 2050, but how a port could develop a master plan to the energy to become an energy hub or to decarbonize at least in 2030. So if you can put my presentation up, it's already here. Sorry, I didn't see. Okay, this is the objective of the Synergy project. Was launched in 2022. And the background, you know the background, is what we have been discussing this morning. And the idea was, and that's what has been done because the project ended in March, so 1 month ago, to create a sort of a master plan to be used as a guide for a port, wherever a port is in this energy transition and decarbonization path, in order to accelerate the energy transition and supporting key stakeholders. What we did, so in principle, we created, okay, this is the consortium of the companies that developed this project. And there are 4 stages in which the project was conceived in order to deliver a sort of a guide, a sort of a framework for ports. The first one was understanding the situation, understanding which stakeholders should be, again, contacted. Because again, at that time, I mean, the stakeholders of the port were mainly, freight forwarders, shipping agents, the logistic part of it, the industry part, not the energy at all, okay? And it was the time in which the energy companies started to talk with ports, to ask ports for cooperation, and the ports say, yes, nice, but they didn't really know how to do it. The second is to see how far they were in terms of energy transition, and then creating and implementing the sort of a master plan. This picture is just to show you, in a way, how much is complicated everything that is around energy transition, because you have a number of different topics, many of them discussed this morning, some of them even not discussed this morning. Think about the one on the top here, that is carbon capture. That's, again, something that could be important in ports as in many other places. It was not discussed. Then you have alternative fuels, you have the stuff of the grid, you have the equipment that should be becoming electric at least, OPS. Also the connection is also important to understand that the way to decarbonize in the energy transition is not only the port itself, but the port hinterland interface and the ship-port interface. So focusing a little bit on the master plan, we delivered as a project a frame that could be used wherever a port is in this path. Because of course, I mean, you can see about this plan when you started already, you are at the beginning, you are almost at the end, meaning that there are different phases to help the project, the port, to develop a so-called high-level vision for the energy transition and decarbonization path, to deliver their own master plan. That should be a document looking in 2030 to specific targets and should be in line with all the other, let's say, regulations and master plan that normally a port a port has. And then there is always, it's not a document, a standalone document that once it's done, it's there forever. It's going to be reviewed frequently with a sort of continual improvement. That's also a very key point. In order to do that, we simply delivered some new tools, or we frame existing tools that ports could use. I have some slides. I'm not going to detail in each and every one of them, but just in order to show that if a port wants to develop a certain energy transition path, there are a number of tools that they can use. Guides that are produced by European Seaport Organization, best practices, Port of Barcelona here is mentioned, Port of Amsterdam, there are many more. Regulation, of course, the regulation is a frame that is very important. We have been discussing about Fit for 55, alternative fuel infrastructure regulation, fuel EU maritime that is linked, and many others. 10T also in terms of even cost benefit. The cost benefit is something very important to decide an investment. Connecting Euro facilities is heavily based on a cost benefit analysis. And there are tools, European tools that are widely accepted, such as the cost benefit analysis for investments project that should be used for CEF projects delivered by DG Regio, if I'm not wrong, a bit of time ago and frequently updated. Or there are also standardizations, stuff like here there is an ISO rule that is regulated. But together with the master plan, we provided also a sort of handbook. That's the way to use the master plan, with a number of very easy tools to be used by ports in different steps. Again, here few are presented, but in the documents you find in the Synergy website, many, many, many more. This is, for instance, a first checklist in order to start how the energy control is done in a port. It's a sort of a help. It's a place to start with, you know, because I remember very well that I faced in some ports, 2021, 2022. Okay, they didn't know really where to start. Also for an issue of skills that at the time there were very few. Now they are improving a lot. Ports are in recruiting new people. They are skilling new people in energy transition, in sustainability. They had some about sustainability, but not really in energy transition. Or another example, very easy example to start to frame hydrogen or the so-called H2 ecosystem is a number of key questions that you should answer in order to start to discuss if and how hydrogen could be a solution. There was a sort of a hype of hydrogen some years ago because, of course, hydrogen is very attractive. It's zero emission, you know, it's everything. It's the solution, the long-term solution. But the reality is, and you know very well that now, I mean, hydrogen could be used for something, but still is not mature for many other transport means. There is also a catalog of technologies that is available for vessels electricity, fuel cell, handling equipment, mobile devices, carbon capture. So a number of technologies are listed, are analyzed. There are KPIs in a way that could be linked to specific technologies. So again, it's an help that could be used by ports to deliver. Another one is advantages or disadvantages of different technologies. What is important, and now you see this, but in the document is a little bit more adapted also to the different ports, because this project was covering also inland ports, inland waterways ports, sorry. So meaning that could be there are sections of the document that are for big ports, small ports. I don't remember if we treated island ports or peripheral ports sufficiently, sorry, but it should. And for sure also the inland waterways ports. This is an example of suitable technology for different type of ports. This is also linked a little bit to the different sea basins, and it was a little bit done also studying something coming from the Motorway of the Sea detailing implementation plan that was already structured in sea basins with specific analysis for the sea basin. Okay, and this is probably the last one. There are again several examples. I picked only a few of them because I don't want to overload you, but just to again, explain the logic of the master plan and the logic to have a tool, a number of tools that could be used in a path, the energy transition and decarbonization. This is not easy, as we have seen this morning clearly. And I mean, nowadays even more difficult for many reasons. So, conclusion, the handbook could really be used to, and the master plan could be really used to streamline complex technical information, because all the technologies we have been talking about, none of them, they are easy, not only from the technological point of view, because we have been discussing a lot cold ironing. We ended a project on cold ironing. It was a motorway of the sea, wider benefit project healing, in which 2 years ago we identified a number of issues. Technically, not that much. We have the governance, the fact that in some countries ports can buy and sell energy, in some others they can't. The issues of incentives, tariffs, and of course the supporting funding for the grid. So very well identified, and this could be found over there. So it's a user-friendly guide that could be used by stakeholders, port staff, and future professionals. A number of practical fact sheets. So using the handbook and the master plan, ports can take actions, okay, wherever they are and wherever they want to go. And again, I finish with that, is a vision for 2030. Okay, tomorrow, or more or less. Okay, maybe we can even say a little bit more now, because 2030. But again, we know that in 2030 ports have some obligations on the alternative fuel infrastructure regulation, and so that's why we set also this this frame. There are much more information about the energy transition in ports in the project, in the book, and so you are welcome to have a look, and of course you are welcome to ask any question now or later on. Thank you very much so far. No, Professor Secchi, it's up to you now. No, yes, of course. Yeah, of course. If you have any questions.
I don't know.
I don't see if you have. I have the light in front of me. No, I don't see any questions. Okay.
Well, they might take them, put them up also when we end this session.
Even wherever. On. I leave you the floor for the last session that is again linked to that, because we are talking about climate resilience, climate adaptation, resilience, that is a key factor. Also look into the future, because one of the point of the competitive compass is resilience. So it's really also looking to the future. And I leave you to introduce also your speaker. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And indeed, your presentation, in a sense, paved the way to what we're going to do now in the last session of this event. So far, very, very interesting, in my opinion, and I hope that also this final panel 3, will prove to be up to expectations like the 2 previous ones. So, as it was said by Alexio, the focal point, the catchword of the discussion and presentations we're going to have is resilience. In a sense, a term which was not much in use until 2 or 3 years ago, and then suddenly became very popular when all kinds of disruptions started to take place. They had taken place also in the past, obviously, but the frequency and the size has been increasing quite rapidly. And so we realized that infrastructure which we are building, which we will be building in the next decade, should remain in service in a proper way, at least for the next century. But, however, while we expect such a long service life, climate change and other type of events are having serious impacts and put a threat on what is going to happen in terms of quality and even of being up to the kind of service expected of the infrastructure we realize. Consequently, being confronted with this problem, increasingly important and increasingly, so to say, worrying, at DG Move, it was decided a couple of years ago to carry out an overall EU comprehensive assessment of the vulnerability of a TEN-T network to climate change impacts, having realized that this was lacking, only some bits and pieces here and there, but basically very little knowledge bases. The study was launched last year, and it was put pressure on the team, asked to assess the vulnerability of a network to climate change impact, to carry out rather quickly the study requested, in order to be able to have an initial possibility to evaluate potential risks and future investment requirements. Don't forget that at that time, the work of completing the revision of the TEN-T regulation was really ongoing. It was in its most important phase, the one of trying to find an accepted final solution. And it was considered very important at DG Move to have also the issue of resilience quite well included in the new regulation, together with other important issues like maintenance and so on and so on. So the study was finally done. We consider it a first step, very important, because if you don't start, you will never get anywhere, but subject to continuous assessment, evaluation, going in depth into the different problems which have come up. And so far, we have not only put it on the website of DG Move, but also presented it during a working group on climate resilience we had in Valencia a month ago. It was a joint venture between the Atlantic and the Mediterranean corridor, but which also served as an experiment for other colleagues to do something similar in the near future. That is to gather experiences, ideas, projects being elaborated in the different member states by the ministries, the infrastructure managers, all those confronted with this kind of issue, and consequently offer a first possibility to the participants and to all those who will like to look at the different material presented, to have an initial idea and start thinking and further elaborate about it. As far as the Atlantic corridor is considered, we will make sure to have a presentation in our corridor forum at the end of June of this study. I imagine also the other corridors will do something similar, and we will organize other similar events, in all likelihood after the summer break in Toulouse, and of course Valencia. You can easily understand why it was chosen for the initial event, and Toulouse, not very different in terms of problems underwent in the recent past. So this is in terms of introduction, and we thought it could have been interesting in our event of today, focused on outermost regions and islands, also to discuss about adaptation, degree of resilience, how to cope with unexpected events, especially from the point of view of one of the basic tasks carried out by ports, that is to support sustainable supply chains for all involved in production, trade, etc., etc., etc. So we will have, we have organized a panel for this, and I would like to ask the participants to the panel itself who are present to join us, to join me. Mr. Manuel Araña Burgos, please take a seat. Mr. Jorge Nazarre, I ask you to do the same. Monsieur Nicolas Castel will connect, probably already connected and listening to us. And Mr. David Geleia, find a seat. I will also sit down with you. And before introducing each one of you and following more or less the same order I've been following in asking you to come here, I will list the kind of questions or issues I would like you to deal with. First of all, here we have France, Spain, and Portugal represented. How do they anticipate and mitigate in each respective case climate-related or natural disasters like volcanoes, volcanic eruptions, which sometimes take place also where we are today, earthquakes, and so on, when planning new or upgrading transport infrastructure for islands and outermost regions. So is there a special focus for this, say, geographical subset of our more general waters? Second, in what ways are you working with the private sector, shipping lines, logistic providers, energy providers, in order to enhance the resilience of supply chains and ensure continuity of essential goods in remote locations? Third, what innovative technologies or strategies, operational models have proven most effective in protecting and adapting transport systems to climate challenges in island context? In your opinion, according to your experience, are there notable examples, perhaps also from other European islands or outermost regions, not represented here, but which you would like to highlight? Or how can local renewable energy production, as discussed in panel 1, can support supply chain resilience? And finally, which policy or funding measures, either at national or at the EU level, could most effectively address those hurdles and build lasting climate resilience into remote transport networks like the ones we are talking about today? So these are the set of questions I'm kindly asking you. Of course, you are free to deal with them the way you prefer. And I would start with Mr. Manuel Araña Burgos, who's Director of Planning and Development at Puertos del Estado, where he's also responsible for strategic port planning, infrastructure development, and aligning Spain's port system with national and EU transport objectives. So the floor is yours.
So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And thank you very much for the organization also for inviting me and Puertos del Estado to be a participant in this very interesting workshop and this very interesting roundtable. My presentation was supposed to be in Spanish. I think there's no problem. Okay, okay.
Also for those who are following.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, so gracias.
So I'm going to try to do a brief introduction on how we deal with resilience and adaptation to climate change, which is the main topic of the panel in ports of the state of Spain. And during the paper, I'll try to touch upon some of the topics that the moderator mentioned in the questions. Resilience and adaptation to climate change. I'm sure my colleagues in the panel will talk a lot about security and safety, because it's one of the most critical aspects. Because of course we need to respect and protect human lives and save economic assets. So I'm sure going to talk a lot about that. So that's why I'm going to focus on something which is also interesting, and this is adaptation to climate change in terms of having continuity to the lives of our ports. And this I'm saying because as the president of a port of Spain said at the beginning of the day, he was talking about the economic importance of our ports in Spain. He said, and this is our approach, that this contributes to 2.2% of GDP of the country, and this can extrapolate to 15% of GDP if we include the interrelated economic or induced activities. And this is in terms of the country. So this highlights how important our ports are in terms of economics. But now, even in an area such as the Canary Islands, as an outermost region, here we're sure that these figures can go bigger very easily, because as an archipelago, all the businesses around, all the goods and devices, all these comes in either through an airplane or mainly through a ship. So in archipelagos, this is even more important, and this creates an even bigger need for us to be resilient and to guarantee those conditions for accessibility. So now the importance of resilience. Our chairman said something before, and we're getting more and more used to this. And it is true that for the management of ports, the word we're using more and more in the last years, this is uncertainty. We need to manage uncertainty. This is part of our new DNA. And when it comes to uncertainty and unexpected events, we will all recall COVID-2019 and also the Ukraine war. But now in general terms, now we have the new one, which is the tariffs. This will have a big impact on the maritime transport. But in our maritime sector, we've also had some additional events which have had a specific impact on our industry. And here we can see some examples from the last years. In the last 3 to 4 years, for example, for the world maritime transport, for the big international transport, in Malacca, Suez, Gibraltar, and Panama, each of these points has suffered some sort of event or uncertainty. In Malacca was maybe the smallest one, but there is now some congestion. In the case of Panama, we have the droughts that led to reducing the number of ships crossing the channel. And for Gibraltar, after COVID-19 in 2021, we had some traffic restrictions and events with the traffic to Morocco, for example, for passengers. And also all the goods we have all the goods transported from Morocco to Spain in Algeciras port. Now, for example, we have now we're going to increase from 500,000 to 800,000 TEUs. Also, we had the big crisis of Evergreen with the blocking of the channel. And right now, the situation with the war, with the Houthis attacks, that forced to redistribute the transportation through the Good Hope route. So all this we had to manage in the last years, because every year we have something new. So now from the point of view of climate resilience, which is the specific topic for this table, we also need to take into account that we are facing an unknown future, because we don't know what the climate is going to be like in some years, and there are some scenarios where we could expect different scenarios, and depending on the world temperature, we don't know what's going to be like exactly, but we only know it is going to be worse and worse. We're going to have severe extreme events, which are going to be worse every year, more extreme. So these events bring an additional effect, which have an impact upstream. So this makes everything even more complex. An example here would be the very sad events we suffered in Valencia last October 2024, where we had heavy rains. The port of Valencia was not impacted as the city was. The facilities were perfectly maintained, but there was no access in or out of the port because all the accesses were damaged, both for railway and for roads. So the port was not being able to be used. So this makes the management even more difficult. At the institution of the Ports of Spain management, we see two scenarios here. We see one scenario we will say in the short term, this we call our response capacity to manage those events which are going to happen. We need to see how to manage this in the short term. And also in the long run, these will be more related to adaptation measures where we need to not manage certain risks, but to avoid them. So we have these two perspectives. And for the short term, we need to focus on the tools we have available. So at the management office, we have some weather analysis tools. I think this is very powerful. This is one of the best top technology in Europe. So we started developing this in the 80s with these weather forecast technologies to measure the waves. And this was designed to design our infrastructures. And these are, so here we have some data from the last 40-something years. So we have a very powerful database, and this has been increasing. So now we have around 100 stations to measure different weather and ocean meteorology devices. So this is to measure many different features. So this helps us to know the environment much better. So this is a big effort by the institution of ports of the state. And this is a big economic effort in terms of investments, because maintenance of this is a budget of 4.5 million euro every year for this purpose. So these networks is surveillance, and with this we also can predict. Through our Samoa project, we had two phases, phase 1 and phase 2, also with a big investment of 3.5 million euro. And now we can predict some parameters with a forecast of 72 hours, with a very high prediction accuracy. So this we update every day, and we send this to a database of 2,000 users, which includes the port management, but also some users, such as different operators, so we can tackle the different operations in a port with and we can prepare with 72 hours in advance. So this helps us make decisions for management with enough time in advance to minimize the impact of possible damage of those possible events. So we could close a port, we could decide to bring in ships or not, etc. So this is a very useful tool. It's been working very well, and we expect to continue developing this tool in the next years. So we will extend this with the program Samoa 3 to continue developing these initiatives. And in terms of the long term, it is not just about management, but about adaptation. Here we try to avoid or make investment decisions to face climate change events where there is a high level of uncertainty, because we do not know exactly what the conditions will be in the future. We can have different scenarios, but there is a big uncertainty. And for climate change here, we can see a window open into new behaviors, into new variables. And this can have a big impact on the management of the ports. We are very much used to managing parameters such as the waves, or the currents, or the overtoppings. So we're very used to this because it's the standard management of our infrastructures, but we could have some other parameters, such as fog or rains, which may have more and more of an impact in the future, maybe not directly on the port, but on the supply chain to the port. So with this, we are even increasing our list of uncertainties with different variables, which we are monitoring, and this we can predict for the future. So the goal here with this adaptation plan is to guarantee the right services to given the new weather conditions. And this will be linked not only to safety, but of course also to safety, but also it will be very much linked to competitiveness of the ports. So we're gonna work in 2 lines. We're gonna have a first phase where we're gonna have an observatory for the weather at the ports, networks, measuring ocean and weather conditions, but also we want to have a database with events that cost some damage due to climate change, with an assessment of those, with an economic assessment of that. And this is because we believe that it is very important to monitor these situations, because good data will help us to have good models to feed in the data. So the more data we have, the better we'll be able to foresee the future. And also we have our adaptation plans. We want all ports to have these approved and running by 2030. This is part of our strategic plan, as we heard from our president this morning, and it was approved in 2022. And this will be based on the risk management. We'll structure this with 3 levels. First, we have a qualitative perception. Secondly, we'll have a quantitative model with a low resolution to start seeing what elements are key, and also where to see where to act on the different parts of the system. And finally, we will have some high-resolution quantitative models where we will be identifying and assessing different actions. So this will be very relevant also for the regions, which are outermost regions, because this is the general structure, how we're going to work in all the ports of the system, in the 46 ports of Spain, but also in the islands. Those ports, we see the difference here is that the risk is different. And this is the likelihood of appearance of an event multiplied by the consequences caused. So the likelihood could be high or low, but if the consequences are very high, then the risk is very high. And here, outermost regions and islands have an extra risk as compared to the continent. And this is because those logistics chains may have no redirectioning, which does happen on the continent. If a port has a problem on the continent, we can somehow redirect the supply chain towards another port or something, even though it's less efficient, of course. But it can be done, at least temporarily, in terms of operations. Whereas in the islands, this may not be the case, because we may have some ports or islands supplied by just one point, and this is a big weakness. And this is what our contingency plan will be about. So this will have to specify for each and every single port in the country. So I'm sure my colleague Jorge Genesarre, coming from an island, will talk about his example in the Balearic Islands. Thank you. Great, thank you so much.
Mr. Jorge Nazarre, Head of Planning and Strategy of the Balearic Islands Port Authority, responsible for guiding the strategic development and long-term planning of port infrastructure and services across the archipelago.
Buenas tardes, good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Secchi, for your kind words of presentation. It is a pleasure for me being here in Las Palmas, even though I feel a little bit like an intruder from the Mediterranean into the Atlantic corridor, no? But it is, as I say, a pleasure to be here learning from so many interesting and brilliant people, and to now taking part of this panel and to share some experiences and few thoughts with my colleagues and you all, no? Por si algunas de estas experiencias.
So now, just in case some of these ideas may inspire others, it would be great to share our experience in our islands, so that maybe it can be also used in other outermost regions. So the 5 ports of general interest in the Balearic Islands are in 4 islands here, as you can see here, and these are essential nodes of the logistics chain that warranty the daily supply, and this is 99% of the goods enter through those ports, and also this warranties maritime connectivity of 1.2 million inhabitants, and also 19 million tourists, with more than 60 nights, 60 million nights of hotel stays. So our ports are vital to our archipelago, serving internal consumption and the activity, which is mainly touristic in our islands. And in our case, around 6% of our GDP of our region is generated at the 5 ports. And with this, we warranty maritime connection and daily movements from the islands and also to the continent, mainly goods through regular cargo lines using RoRo system, RoPax system we use, with ships which are a hybrid of passengers and cargo. And these ports are just by the cities or by the towns, and this is a very fragile environment, but also very valuable, very precious, and the population is very sensible to the values of this environment. And so we need to, of course, preserve the environment of the ports from an environmental point of view, but also from the social and economic point of view, because these values, this wealth, is the biggest attraction point and the biggest asset for residents and for tourists, which is the main industry in the islands. So these ports require a very continuous, warranted, safe, efficient operation, minimizing the costs of the port, but also this requires for a very sustainable operation, looking after the environment. So the Ports Authority is forced to promote environmental policies to minimize the environmental impact of the port's activities. And we need to promote efficiency in consumption, improving the waste management, and also reducing the emissions. So in this regard, we can highlight the investments that we are doing in the planning, which is an investment of more than 100 million euro up to 2030 for electrification of the docks, and also many other projects for self-sufficiency in terms of energy, also with the renewable energies coming mainly from photovoltaic plants. And not only are we minimizing negative impacts to respect the environment, but also we're taking it one step further with active policies to improve the environment. And this is mainly for projects to improve integration of the port with the cities, with investments as big as the remodelation of the maritime promenade. And we're opening the ports to the cities. We're opening space whenever it's not needed for the port activities, so that this can be used also for leisure to everyone, making the port more visible, more understandable to everyone, and more loved to everyone. And in the mid and long term, we need to guarantee the good operations of the port, as Manuel said. And this means we need to adapt the infrastructures to improve the resiliency, which is part of the supply chain to the archipelago, because we need to adapt to the climate change. So the main effects are three. We will have the change of the tides and the weather conditions, which could be maybe just an increase of 3 to 4 centimeters of the sea level. But the most relevant impact would be in the ports, in the Balearic ports, we would expect 18 to 20 centimeters of sea level increase, depending on the scenario, where we will be by 2050, and around 55 to 85 centimeters by the year 2100. So the docks are now over-elevated 1 to 2 meters as to the sea level, so we can conclude that if this happens as expected, many of the ports will be non-operable or cannot be operated, and they will be, in some cases, just flooded. There is a third effect of climate change, for the impact on the ports. As Manuel explained, this is the increase of frequency and the severity of the bad weather conditions. And in the 20th century, this will happen every 100 years, but now by the year 2050, these very severe situations may happen every 20 years or so, these weather catastrophes. In the adaptation plan of the ports and the infrastructures, this plan was from 2022. Here we analyze how the ports are impacted by these three effects, and we can see the risks over the port infrastructures. And here we have 5. First, if the loss of operability of docks and jetties. Second, we would have the overtopping of our port breakwaters. Then we would have the instability of port breakwaters as a consequence of the increase of the frequency of the bad weather conditions. And next, we also will have some other risks, such as the increase of our port agitation and also the increase of our siltation. So all these risks we've analyzed, and there is different levels of risk with these scenarios, and with this we've created different proposals or suggestions on the ports, so this can be adapted to these forecasted situations. So the main actions are about increasing the level of the ports and also reinforcing the breakwaters with different techniques. Also, we could consider in some environments and situations changing the configuration of the ports or increasing the drainage. And also in some cases, although in Balearic Islands it will not be necessary, but we may have to increase the dredging in some of them. And we've prepared a calendar with a roadmap to adapt to the climate change, where we relate these measures to the need time lines and what we could expect, and where we will make change in doing these changes from these 10 points. We will have here some critical points, and we're going to see how the effects, if these effects will evolve as expected with the climate change. And at the end of the day, we need to achieve this resilience and this goal of having the port infrastructures being 100% in operation. So, in short, our islands ports are in a very fragile situation and are a big asset for wealth, for the operators and for the citizens, and we need to be sustainable here, and we need to guarantee the correct operation in the medium long term. And for this, we need to start now with an adaptation plan. And we need to start working on this with our infrastructures, adapting to the effects of climate change. And we need to be based on different scenarios where we need to have a contrast with monitoring, and we need to implement these measures with specific projects, and of course with some environmental impact risk assessment. And in contrast to what happens with just the energy issue, here the tools, the technical tools, and the maritime and port engineering tools we already have. Thank you so much. Very interesting, your paper as well.
So now we move from the case of Spain, so well presented, to the case of France, and we have a video link with Monsieur Nicolas Castel, who is Deputy Head of Post Strategy at the French Directorate General for Infrastructure, Transport and Mobility, contributing in that position to national port policy, strategic planning and sustainable port development in France. Monsieur Castel, s'il vous plaît, à vous.
Hello everyone, can you hear me well?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, currently you're showing my slide. It's perfect. So thank you for Professor Carlo Secchi for the nice introduction. Hola a todos en Las Palmas de Gran Canaria y en línea. Espero que me escuchen bien.
I hope you can hear me well. I'm so glad to be here. I would like to thank all the organizers.
I'm going to switch back to English for the main presentation. If you can see my, if you can share my slides. So this workshop is particularly relevant from the French overseas port, and thus particularly for the French Ministry of Transportation, which I represent today. I would have really liked to be with you in person today, but I also greatly appreciate the hybrid format which enables a broader participation, both, for example, from people on the continent and from people in the Outermost regions, and also I hope still allow meaningful exchanges.
Sorry, Nicolas, we don't see your presentation.
I don't know if
we have it, Julie.
We don't see your presentation, Nicolas. Is it us that we should present or you?
I thought you would share it, but I can share it on my side if you prefer.
Yeah. If you have it, please do it so we can make it faster if you have it.
We have it, yeah.
Okay.
If you have your presentation, you can present yourself, yes? Because we don't see your presentation so far.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Can you make it or we do for you? We have the presentation?
Can't we use it?
Okay, because we can present, but you cannot, of course, control. You have to ask us to switch on the next page, or you present yourself, or you show your presentation.
If it's easier if I just have to say next slide, and you can.
Okay, so we present, and but you have to ask us to switch the page. Okay.
Yeah. No.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah.
So we are going to show. You should have it, right? Check.
Okay. Sent it to us, but
yeah.
Two slides, but
I think he sent it this morning. I think he sent the presentation this morning. Yes, I was in copy. Okay.
Give us just a second, Nikos. No, we don't have it. Ce l'abbiamo, Giulia?
Sì.
for a little while we should, because we have a presentation, so we are trying to channel it to the screen so that everybody can see it.
Yeah. It's uploaded from my side on the platform, but I don't know if you have access to it or you can see it.
Maybe you could start to explain something, Nicholas, while we wait your presentation, because otherwise we are stuck. So if you can just introduce the topic, thanks.
Yeah. Anyway, so you will miss a nice map, but I guess no problem with that. Like the regions I mostly wanted to talk about today are the outermost regions, the port located in the outermost regions of the EU, which are French overseas territories. Not all French overseas ports are located in outermost regions, but there's quite a number of them are, and for some of them, the French Ministry of Transportation is actually exercising administrative and financial oversight of them. So I will mostly talk about French Guiana, Guadeloupe, Martinique, and La Réunion, from which I will give concrete examples. So yeah, you will see a map at some point, maybe. Otherwise, I'm going to talk today about the...
Okay, now you have it, Nicholas. Now you have it.
It was worthwhile waiting a little bit, because here we have really outermost regions to talk about.
Yes, you will see that maybe some details may be a bit specific, because when you look at these outermost regions, like 6 out of the 9 are, the French one are the most not extreme, but far away ones. And actually, we also have like some ports in French territories which are not outermost regions, but are even further away, such as New Caledonia. But maybe you can go to the next slide. In this panel, we're mostly talking about resilience and the sustainability of supply chains. And I will mostly present them as 2 of the 4 pillars of the French national port strategy, which is the strategy that encompasses all the different actions that every seaport in France should accomplish. And I want to point out that the last update of this strategy has been released in February this year. So if you can read French or have a decent translator, you can find it online on the link I put on the slide. And the idea is that this strategy has 4 main pillars, and among these pillars, one of them is to enhance the robustness of ports. So we will talk about a lot about resilience. I'm not going to detail again all what resilience signifies for the ports that I think the presentation from Puerto del Estado gave a masterful overview of both the geopolitical and the climate events that may lead to supply chain disruptions. There's another pillar that we talked today a lot, and we already talked a lot in the previous two panels, which is the decarbonization of the transportation, and in part including the supply chain locally. And the idea about this strategy that it applies to every port, but overseas ports are not singled out. All pillars of the strategy apply to them, but in different ways, and we need for each case tailor-made solution adaptation. And I will show some example first on adaptation on the next slide, and then on supply chain sustainability. Once again, I will give the broad overview of the French planning regarding climate change adaptation and how it derives into action for the sea ports. There's a national adaptation plan that was released this year, and one of the flagship measures of this plan is for every transport infrastructure operator to establish an adaptation plan, and for ports, they are due by the end of 2025. So it resonates a lot with what we showed from Spain earlier. And the idea is that each port will need to assess the different risks and hazards it is facing on its different perimeters. And the methodology is no different from continental port and one in the other 6 territories, but of course the events that need to be taken into account are of a much different nature. Here you can see a hurricane in the port of La Réunion. And I'm not going to go into detail about the framework we are using, but the idea is that the ministry prepared a common framework for all ports vulnerability assessments. And this framework goes way I mean, it's not only focused on looking at the rise in sea level or marine submersion. It also encompasses many other effects, such as major events, the change in temperature in the land, and so on and so forth. And our framework is also, and I think it's really important, not only focused on the infrastructure in the port, but also linked to the port access, whether it's water access, rail access, rivers. And once again, this resonates a lot with the example of Valencia that was given before. And it's also not focused only in infrastructure. The framework should also encompass operations and land use, whether it's natural land use or developed land use, land areas that are managed by the port. And finally, just some words about the next slide with the sustainable supply chains aspect. It will be a bit brief. Once again, the idea for other sea ports or in Outermost region is to try to achieve the same goal as the continental port, but with very different contexts that appeal for tailor-made solutions. For example, the model shift has a much somehow reduced relevance in many places when there's no basically no rail or cable access, when the sheer size of the island make it not practical for this infrastructure, meaning that most of the efforts to have sustainable supply chains rely on the road and maritime segments. We talked a lot in length about the specific energy approach for island territory this morning, so I'm not going to detail much now. And also another challenge that overseas ports need to face regarding the enactment of sustainable supply chains is the need to keep adapting infrastructure and to still be able to be competitive to capture large trade flows. For decarbonization, including with the enactment of green corridors, are actually changing the ship types that will be used with larger vessels. When you look at the fleet of GNL-ready vessels, it's a bit what's happening. And it will lead to reshaping maritime routes. And there's really a need for overseas ports as well to still be competitive in this environment. And one big example we see related to this is the creation of a transshipment hub in the Caribbean with the ports of Martinique and Guadeloupe, which really goes into this. And so it was really like a brief overview of the different things we see from the Ministry of Transportation about these different overseas ports. I'm sure we'll have time to speak about it in depth in the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It was difficult from a technical point of view, but quite an interesting presentation. So we are grateful for your illustration of it. And now I give the floor to Mr. David Geleia, a supply chain manager at Instituto da Mobilidade e dos Transportes, IMT, in Portugal, where is the National Mobility and Transport Authority, and he focuses on improving logistics and supply chain efficiency across the country.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Secchi. First of all, thank you for the invite. Thank you for thank you to the organization, and especially Tish and Daniela for the invite. I work at the Institute of Mobility and Transport. We are have the competence of the control and legislate the maritime cabotage in the outermost regions. And I have a presentation. My presentation shows the main problems, challenge, and solution concerning to maritime cabotage between mainland Portugal and the outmost regions of Madeira and Açores. Overview of the outmost regions. As we can see, Madeira and Açores are located at a considerable distance from mainland Portugal. This distance, combined with the small scale of local markets and adverse geographic and climatic conditions, creates additional challenge for logistics and supply. But both regions are true paradise in the middle of the Atlantic. Tourism is growing, with a significant increase in the number of guests, overnight stays, and cruise passenger traffic. From an economic perspective, business volume and exports, their products have also grown. Main supply and legal framework. Maritime cabotage operates under an open market regime. Any ship owners can operate as long as they comply with the public service obligation. One vessel call per region per week, one vessel call per island every 15 days, maximum transit time of 7 working days. At the moment, maritime supply is provided by 3 Portuguese ship owners, operating a combined fleet of 11 vessels, with an average age of 26 years. Regarding to port infrastructure, in Madeira, the operations run regularly, with no significant disruption. But in Azores, some significant limitations still persist. For example, dock size, terminal capacity, limited cargo handling equipment, exposure to weather condition, and insufficient storage capacity. Solutions and conclusions. The current supply model is under increasing pressure, requiring critical assessment and the implementation of adaptive measures. The aging fleet and the operation contracts, particularly in the Azores, have manifested this dissatisfaction among stakeholders. Last month, a public fund was launched to support ship owners in the energy transaction and decarbonization their vessels. In cooperation with ship owners, a business intelligence dashboard is being developed to improve the predictability of port calls, to provide a service that meets both current and the future needs, it is essential to continue modernize the fleet, invest in infrastructure, update the legal framework. Only through these transformations will it be possible to guarantee a more resilient, efficient, and sustainable service adapted to the specific challenge of the outermost regions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So this was the last presentation we had planned for this session. I think many interesting elements have come up from quite different realities. Case of Spain, coping with problems at a general level, and then in the Atlantic and in the Mediterranean, which are, at least according to experts, posing threats partly similar, but partly also quite different. For example, rising sea level and the erosion of beaches, etc., etc. And then we had the case of France, where the whole world almost is in the picture and in trying to figure out what to do. And the case of Portugal, also quite interesting, we just heard. So I wonder if you have any question to pose to our panelists to put forward. Also, if you wish, in relation to the previous presentation by Alexio Pico. As usual, in our working groups, all the material presented will be made available to all participants. But this is the micro for translators.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentations. Well, actually, you, of course, described your regions, for quite sure, and the resilience on climate change. In which extent are you in contact with other parts of the world where they have climate change resilience as well, or where maybe the sea level rise or the tidal exchange is much higher than you have in your countries? In which extent can you learn from others who face different or maybe even higher challenges?
So, would like to answer?
Yes, okay. We, as Puertos del Estado, we participate in several technical groups all around the world. Some of them are managed by the European Commission, such as Copernicus Maritime Services, for example. And talking about specifically the sea level rise, we are in an international group called GLOS. And right now, Puertos del Estado has appointed the chairman of this international group. So we face this challenge from a technical point of view, and we have experience in several working groups. For example, we are now participating, talking about climate adaptation in the sea climate group funded by the European Commission. But at least we do not have link with another administrations, like Portuguese administration or Italian administration or whatever. We have focused our work from a technical point of view, from a scientific point of view.
Like an academic.
Yes.
Sure. Other, you want to add something? Other questions or remarks? So perhaps we can stop here. And before giving back the floor and the micro to the general organizer and the president of the Port Authority, allow me to express my deep gratitude to them who made this event possible. My deep gratitude to all of you for participating in presence. This is not an easy week, we know, but we were, for various reasons, we had to stick to this week. Otherwise, this event would have been postponed again for too long. So I think it was good to do it, and thank you very much for your presence, as well as Many thanks to all those who took part to our discussions and works in a remote way, about 70, 80 people, I was told, which is quite important and an interesting lesson also for future events of this type within the corridor activities. And of course, from the point of view, from my own personal point of view, and I am sure my colleague Gesine Meissner joins me in the name of the European Commission. Thank you very much for all the support to the Port Authority and to the Spanish Commissioner for the Atlantic Corridor and to all their collaborators, which I cannot name one by one, for the support given. And many thanks, of course, to our advisors, Julie and Martin, and our technical teams, bosses or heads, Daniela and Alexio, and all their collaborators. So thank you again very much. And the floor goes back to
Beatriz.
The President. José Antonio, do you want to say something before the President?
Some conclusion, José?
I have no idea. So you are the best one to conclude this very interesting afternoon.
Ya por la hora que es, habíamos...
Well, given the time, we have said that this was really not necessary. I think it's been a super interesting workshop, at least for me. It's been very helpful. We've listened to a lot of different ideas that, in the end, they are all in the same pathways. For the outermost regions, it is important not only to have a clear way, but also that that way is possible. And I think that is what we are always talking about from here, from these outermost regions. We know the way, we have the plans, we have the strategies, there are solutions, but we need to make them real. We need to make them possible. I think that's the summary. I think the phrase that said Paola from MSC, it's not competition, it's collaboration. I think that's the best summary for this workshop. I think that that's the main idea, the public and the private, Europe and their outermost regions. So tomorrow we will have the opportunity to expose our reality, the island reality as outermost region, very different from what has been said today, and also very similar to other things that have been said today. We are trying to tell Europe our reality. It's not a no to sustainability. It's just about how we can make this possible. How can we make sustainable without affecting our economy, our connectivity, without forgetting that outermost regions, that we are very far away from our continental territory. The connectivity is our life. Without connectivity, we are lost. It's not about efficiency. It's not about business efficiency. It's not about profits. It's our life. And that is what we need to protect. We need to make it compatible with the economy, activity, with sustainability, and with our social cohesion. I will try to express this tomorrow, but from this end, I think we are all in the same path, each one with its own reality and with its own circumstances. But I think today a lot of ideas have been expressed. Now we need to choose them and make them a reality so that we can all make this possible, because really 2030 is tomorrow.
Yo creo que no queríamos hacer lo de las.
We didn't want to make the conclusions, because if not tomorrow, there will be no conclusions. Thank you, Mr. Gesine, for supporting this kind of event. Not only the 88 people, but the 134 that have been on the streaming. They have all been participating through the streaming, and this has been very important. So we need and we want to thank you all. I think we're still missing, well, a picture is worth 1,000 words. So tomorrow we will have the opportunity to see all the stakeholders, and we will have the opportunity to see their visions. We had today people from Azores, Ireland, a lot of places. So this has been a very important presentation, and all of them with their own visions. So it's not about, again, it's not about competition, it's about collaboration. So see you all here today has been a succeed from our side to choose you all to take part of these panels. It's been a real success. So tomorrow we will continue, and nothing more than that.
Bueno, pues a mí, un poco, hablando ya la presidenta y el comisionado del Corredor Atlántico, poco puedo añadir a lo que son las conclusiones del primer día de la jornada que tenemos del taller de Corredor Atlántico y del espacio marítimo europeo. Pero si quisiera...
So it's been a very fruitful day, I want to say also. It's been great to talk about the European corridor and European maritime space. And we've been talking about different policies, mainly talking about, mainly when you talk, you talk from a continental point of view. So often we're missing not just the feeling for the outermost regions and not even also for the islands, but this is a clear point where you can see the management of these two programs, so the Atlantic Corridor and European Maritime Space. So in these two programs, you can see the highest representatives, they have come to the only outermost region in Spain, here to the Canary Islands, and we've seen here how they've been here, but also they've been in Azores and Madeira to discover firsthand how we see maritime transportation, the ports, and how this can be seen from a different reality. And sometimes this aspect of maritime transportation and inter-island transportation and the ports, just to compare, this is like using a short distance train. So this brings you closer to a next village, and you have daily operations. So this is how we live here if we live in these islands, in these regions. And here you get a different point of view, of course, as compared to people in the continent who could see different. This maritime transportation among the islands, but ports are much more. These are logistics platforms, and this is where we've had our history developing, and here we can also see the future. And we've also talked about the possibilities of sustainability, digitalization, for the ports that we have here, and this is combined with becoming more green in maritime transport, like the development of offshore wind energy and also the development of new fuels. All these topics we've been discussing here today and that we are discussing a lot in Europe, especially in the Atlantic corridor, because this plays a big role in the ports, which are part of this corridor. This is also part of today's event from an archipelago point of view. So thank you so much. And I hope you will also enjoy the day tomorrow, because there we'll be visiting our docks. Thank you so much. So we'll see you tomorrow at 8. Thank you. 8:30, sorry, 8:30.